Good afternoon, welcome along to Barnsley in beautiful Yorkshire. It is round 3 of the British Cycling National Road Series for the circuit races. And we're going to begin the evening with some great youth racing support races as well before we get to the action for the men's and women's round 3 of the National Series. As you can see, the riders here just warming up around the circuit here in Barnsley. Just getting themselves ready for the racing, due to begin at 5 o'clock. And just take you through our programme of racing over the next few hours. We are live with you all evening long here on our live stream. So if you have just joined us, well, we just started, so you've timed it perfectly. Good evening, welcome along. Let me just show you a view of what we'll be bringing over the next few hours, our racing programme as it were. So we began with a ceremonial opening of the Barnsley circuit races here by the ceremonial start, and of course the Barnsley community ride got underway. 5 o'clock we see the under 12s racing for 15 minutes around the circuit. 5:30 the under 14s, they race for 20 minutes. At 6 we've got the under 16s for 25 minutes. At 6:45 we've got a regional amateurs race for 45 minutes. 7:30 brings round 3 of the Women's National Circuit Series, 50 minutes of racing in that one. And then the last race of the night at 8:30 is round 3 of the Men's National Circuit Series. Again, racing for 50 minutes. That's the way things look here in Barnsley this evening. All of it, you won't miss a minute of it here on our YouTube channel. And it's great to have live coverage once again. We brought you the racing from Ilkley a couple of weeks ago. And always good to bring you live coverage of the British Cycling National Series. The circuit here in Barnsley, as you can see. Little twist around to the left as you come up towards the finishing line. And it's slightly uphill as well. Conditions today, it's quite breezy out there. And the sun is in and out. But we're hoping for a good dry night's racing. And fast and furious action. Race organiser Chris Lawrence just wandering up the middle of the road there, just to make sure everything is ready to go on the dot of 5 o'clock. Commissaire also on the start line, ready to bring the riders to a halt, give them a little briefing to get them underway. We've got some start lists from the website. If you've not checked it out, then head across to your favourite web browser and have a look at the Barnsley Cycle Races website. Barnsley Town Centre Races, to give it its correct title. Sponsored by, amongst others, Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council. And promoted by the Barnsley Road Club. I'm focusing very much on the What's Your Move initiative here in Barnsley, which is helping Barnsley be more active for good physical and mental health. Something for all of us out there that will help us move more. So no matter how little or large your move may be, every minute counts. That is what Make Your Move here, What's Your Move Barnsley is all about. And we're thankful for them for their support as well. So the riders being brought to the line. The ever-present lens of Larry Hickmott from Velo UK, snapping the photos. A compact field of riders, boys and girls going off together. These are the under-12s, or Youth C, as they are technically called. And for the boys, according to the start list, we have Lewis Bentley, Seth Bush, Ruben Hart, Joshua Kite, Billy Ladle and Brodie Stewart. And for the girls, Annie Fern, Isabel Goodwin and Lily Speak. So those are the riders for the under-12 boys and girls race. The jersey of the Kirklees Cycling Academy there on the front row of the starting grid. That's Annie Fern, I reckon. So off they go. Our first race here in Barnsley is underway. Right, just a little problem to getting the feet in the pedals there. But off and racing now around this circuit. I'll show you a map in a moment of where they're going. It's quite a technical circuit. Of course, it hosted the National Championships a few years ago. It's a still picture of the riders on the start line. It's action replay, as it were. There you go, as they get underway. So they're racing for a total of 15 minutes, and I suspect there will be a lap board shown to them once our officials have worked out how quickly they are lapping this circuit. There's our TV moto camera, and on the front is the Clifton CC, rider from that fine club, already on the front of the action here. That's Lily Speak, I reckon. Round the next corner they go. Already the crowd's building around the circuit here. It's a cobbled section, as it were. It's stone steps really, but they're coming off quite a tight right hand there. still all together at the front of the race. So this really is a technical circuit here in Barnsley. Ideal for high-speed criterium racing such as this. But riders really do need to bring all of their skills in terms of bike handling and speed to this circuit to come out a winner. Rider in the blue jersey just sitting on the front here, around the next corner, leaning the bike over, out of the saddle, getting a bit more pace. Clifton CC rider up into second place. Kirklees Cycling Academy, 2 riders in third and fourth. Around the next corner, as they come towards completion of the opening lap. And a big attack here on the right-hand side of the road. It is Kirklees Cycling Academy rider who has taken this race by the scruff of the neck. Well, they came out of the slipstream of the riders they were behind. And really gone on a flyer here. Lapping quite rapidly, as you saw. Hopefully we'll have some official timing and results for you as we go through the evening. Not sure if we have it for our support races, but we certainly will have it, we hope, for both the men's and women's criterium circuit series races a little bit later on. Brought to you by our good friends at HS Sport Timing. And just having a look here on our computer. Yes, indeed, we've actually got full results of this race. Also, Billy Ladle was the rider who went through the line in first place there for the Kirklees Cycling Academy. He was the man who went on the attack, wearing race number 14. There he is. Now, Billy, really accomplished youth rider, riding high in the National Youth Series as well. And, of course, on home roads here in Yorkshire, hails from Kirklees Cycling Academy over near Leeds. We're here in Barnsley this evening, not a million miles away here in South Yorkshire. Great riding style here from Billy Ladle, but he was followed across line by Isabel Goodwin. Lily Speak was third, then Annie Fern fourth, and Joshua Kite flew across the line in fifth place. Dreadful pun, for which I apologise immediately. So we're riding with Billy Ladle, our race leader. Look at the gap he's got. No sign of the chasers here. Well, the first chasers are coming around that corner now, but Ladle really has taken this race on in the opening lap. He went clear just as they came towards completion of that opening lap. Climbing once again back up around the back part of the circuit. They'll swing around to the left and then to the right to complete the lap in front of the town hall here in Barnsley. Here comes Billy to complete his second lap of racing. So through the line for our race leader Billy Ladle. And the time gap is a substantial one for Billy, ahead of Isabel Goodwin, who's sitting on the front of that chasing group here. Isabel for the Louth Cycle Centre Racing Team, followed by the Clifton CC rider Lily Speak. But it's Billy Ladle, the man on the front. Isabel Goodwin's gap, 14 seconds behind Isabel Goodwin, behind Billy Ladle. Lily Speak, just a handful of milliseconds behind Goodwin. Those riders together in that same group, led by Goodwin. But Ladle is about a quarter of a lap ahead of them. Here he is, determined to make this race his own right from lap one. And is anyone able to challenge the speed of Billy Ladle from the Kirklees Cycling Academy? You are watching live racing from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. This is our first race of the evening. It is the under-12s boys and girls. Youth C riders racing for a total of 15 minutes. And Billy Ladle is about to complete his third lap of the course. This is the chasing group, led by Isabel Goodwin. Getting some pertinent coaching advice from the side of the road. Meanwhile, Billy, once again, just powering out of that corner. It's quite a tight 90-degree right-hander. Let's bring them through the centre of the shopping area here in Barnsley. Some further encouragement down the field for Lewis Bentley and Reuben Hart. They were in 6th and 7th place respectively when they went through the line a few moments ago. Incidentally, non-starter in this race, Brady Stewart, didn't take the start. Scheduled ride in the boys category. So we've got 5 boys and 3 girls, 8 riders in total. And the man who is leading the race is Billy Ladle from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. Coming round to complete his next lap under the watchful eye of our commissar. There he goes. So we'll get an idea of the time advantage held by Billy Ladle when the chasing group come through. Crowd beginning to build around the barriers here to cheer the riders on. Still Isabel Goodwin doing a fair share of the work here in the front of this group to try and peg the advantage of Billy Ladle. As they go through, though, that has expanded now to 25 seconds, the advantage for our lone leader from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. Annie Fern, race number 31, I should say, on her back for Annie Fern. And she went through the line in 4th spot, just behind Lily Speak and Isabel Goodwin. And Annie Fern from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. So her teammate is up the road. She won't be too keen to chase, even though, of course, she's riding in the girls' category. I'm not sure there's a separate prize list for boys and girls. Don't have that information to hand, unfortunately. Just for clarity, we are commentating remotely, not on site in Barnsley, so pretty much the information I get is what you're seeing on your screen, plus some information from our scoring computer as well. So we'll try and piece together as much of the action as we can for you. And you are watching our lone leader, and you're watching now the 2 chasing riders. In fact, they're all 4 chasing riders. They were just temporarily hidden behind Isabel Goodwin, the angle they came out of that corner. So the 4 chasers still locked together. Isabel Goodwin, Lily Speak, Annie Fern and Joshua Kite. Reuben Hart, Lewis Bentley and Seth Bush are a little further behind. Our camera rightly focusing on the race leader. It's Billy Ladle. Once again, a little rise up towards the finish line to tick off another lap. Right hander takes him around into the front of the town hall. More riders making the way over for the start of the race a little bit later. We're looking for the arrival of the next group on the raid here as we look up the street. But here comes Ladle through the line. So I've been racing just about 9 minutes, according to my very unofficial timekeeping watch. 15-minute race in total, so I imagine it won't be long before the riders see the number of laps there are to go. So here come the chase group. Let's put a watch in at this time. It was 25 seconds last time. It's increased now to 36 seconds. So Billy Ladle been racing for 8 minutes and 3 seconds when he went through the line. And the chase group led still by Isabel Goodwin at 36 seconds off the race lead. This is an action shot from behind Billy Ladle, rider from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. Yeah, twists and turns of this course, taking him around the back part of the circuit. See how narrow it is here. Imagine what it's going to be like when we've got 60 or 70 riders in the races later on this evening, round past the Barnsley interchange. And then racing back towards completion of a further lap for race leader Billy Ladle. Smooth pedalling style. Kirklees Cycling Academy really is a great breeding ground for young riders, many of whom have gone on to considerable success in the youth series and then on into junior and under 23 level. These are your chasers, still all 4 chasers together. Goodwin, Speak, Fern and Kite was the order last time through the line. And Isabella Goodwin really is doing a big turn on the front of that group. Not seen anyone else on the front leading the chase. Of course, Annie Fern knows that her teammate Billy Ladle is up the road. And here you see Billy Ladle coming back into the finishing straight once more. Well, I can see a lap board, I think, being held out there, but unfortunately I can't see what it says on it. So race time now is 10 minutes, so 5 minutes to go. So may well be that 5 laps are being completed, I think, by the leading rider. Yep. So 5 laps of racing completed. You'll know when the last lap is because you'll hear the bell ring as well as the lap board being shown to the riders, but unfortunately our view only shows the back of the lap board, so again, can't give you more information on that at the moment. I think that sounds like the bell though to me. It's always difficult to tell whether it's enthusiastic spectators ringing cowbells or whether it's the actual bell to indicate to the riders it's 1 lap to go. We'll perhaps assume that was the case, and if it was, well, Billy Ladle should be on his final lap here. 12 minutes of racing, just about. occasionally get a little bit of picture loss, for which we apologise. But the technology is pretty impressive so as to bring you full live coverage. Both our production studio and our commentary studio off-site. So data being bounced all around the United Kingdom to bring you these pictures and this commentary for this evening's Barnsley Town Centre races. And we're reaching the closing stages of the Youth C, the under-12s race here. And you're watching race leader Billy Ladle. He's been clear since the opening lap. Powering once again. Back within sight of the finish line now in the next couple of turns. Little look over his shoulder, but his gap was 42 seconds on the line last time. He'll swing right. And then up the little climb here. Goes back to reeling one of the back markers. Could well be Seth Bush, the rider who is off the back. So around the next couple of twists and turns and then into the finishing straight. Again, the road still climbs towards the line. Well, I think those bells were in fact the cowbells of enthusiastic spectators. There's the actual bell. There you go. So 1 lap to go for Billy Ladle. Bunting being blown around in the stiff breeze here in Barnsley. Fortunately, the shops and tall buildings around the circuit afford the riders a little bit of shelter. But when you get the wind funneling down between buildings, particularly if it's in your face, that really can slow you down. But Billy Ladle absolutely driving this race on the front. Being clear since lap 1. Chase group yet to go through the line. Billy Ladle already a quarter of a way into his final lap. So a real great demonstration of top quality Youth C bike racing here from Billy Ladle from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. Inspired, no doubt, by incredible Yorkshire success yesterday. And of course, Tom Pidcock rode to victory, his first ever Tour de France stage win at the top of the Alpe d'Huez yesterday, in his first ever Tour de France. And Tom Pidcock, a former winner here at Barnsley in his younger racing days. So no better breeding ground for World Tour riders than the Barnsley Town Centre races. So Billy Ladle out of the saddle around that corner. Very familiar with the twists and turns of this course now. And he knows exactly when he needs to apply more power to those pedals. He's going to record a great solo win here. No way that group behind him, more than a minute behind him, are going to catch him. So it'll be probably a prolonged celebration here for Billy Ladle, and rightly so. He really has ridden well. Leaning into this right-hander. Left-hander just up the little climb here. You can see the gradient as Billy gets out of the saddle. Just keep that momentum going. He knows the finish line is just around the next couple of corners. And with it, victory in our under-12s race. The checkered flag already flying. And here comes your race winner, Billy Ladle from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. Solos to victory. Great race for Billy Ladle. Taking the win here in Barnsley. Celebrating in the recognised manner by holding his arm aloft after he crossed the line. So he's been taught well. It was over a minute, the gap to the chase group last time. So a little while to wait before they come in. Remember, the rider who's been leading that chase group pretty much throughout the race was Isabel Goodwin. So I think she deserves to take second. But of course, Lily Speak, Annie Fern and Joshua Kite also in close attendance. Billy just having a look over his shoulder here to see who's going to get second. Turn our camera hopefully the other way around and have a look back down the finishing straight. We should be able to see that bunch sprint, those 4 riders going for second place here in the under-12s race. Still no sign of them yet. Here they come. You see the heads over the barriers. Oh, and there's a gap. Looks like the Clifton CC jersey has got the advantage here. This is Lily Speak. Look over her shoulder, but she's got it. Lily Speak celebrates. She takes second. And third place, that was Annie Fern, also for Kirklees Cycling Academy. So first and third for Kirklees. Billy Ladle, your race winner. Solo win for Billy. Second place taken by Lily Speak from the Clifton CC. And third place, that goes to Annie Fern, also from the Kirklees Cycling Academy. For the record, fourth went to Isabel Goodwin. Fifth place for Joshua Kite. Sixth for Reuben Hart. 7th for Lewis Bentley, and 8th place for Seth Bush. That's the way it played out for the 8 riders who took part in our Youth C race. They've all come to a halt having a little chat now, comparing notes on their experience around the streets of Barnsley. Exactly the same circuit our senior riders will use later in the evening. Next up will be the under 14 boys and girls. Those are Youth B category riders. We extend the race duration to 20 minutes for the next group as well. So 15 riders scheduled to take the start in the Youth B races, the under 14s, assuming they all start. We'll find out when they come to the line. Meanwhile, our Youth C is just dispersing, and you see by the tree at the top end of the circuit there just how breezy it is in Barnsley this evening. What's the weather forecast predicting heatwave temperatures over the weekend and into the beginning of next week? It's got a bit of cloud and just a little bit of a chill in the air in Barnsley this evening. It's not cold by any means, but after the last few days of quite warm temperatures, temperature dropped away again just to get themselves ready for 30 plus degrees, which are forecast for the beginning of next week. So you can see the gear check line being put on the road here by our commissaire and our race organiser. And youth riders, well, they are obliged to have their gears checked before they start racing, and indeed when they have completed racing as well. And if it is discovered that their gear is not correct, they could well be penalised. There's a limit to the size of gear youth riders can use, according to their racing category. That's what the tape measuring is all about there. I see the arrival of Bob and Kerry Howden, President and First Lady of British Cycling. And here, just about to be released from their enclosure, are the B riders, the Youth B riders, ready for their 20-minute race. And while the measurements continue, while I wait for the riders to come to the line, I did promise to give you a view of the circuit here in Barnsley. So without further delay, there you go. And you can see the start-finish line. That's got the number 3 on it, and the route the riders follow to get to that point. So it's almost a big oval, but with one or two significant little steps in it, and widening out on the back part of the circuit to come back towards the line in front of the town hall. And there are our riders ready to go. Grateful as ever to the support of all of our marshals who make this racing possible, particularly those from the Barnsley Road Club. Barnsley College will be sponsoring the race a little bit later for the men's national series race, and Shawlbattage UK sponsoring the women's national series race. Also Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council very much involved in making sure we can bring you this great bike racing around the streets of Barnsley. Their What's Your Move initiative we mentioned a little earlier, worth reinforcing that one if you're not sure what that's all about. It's helping Barnsley to become more active for good physical and mental health, and something for everyone. Help us move more, whether it's riding a bike or walking or whatever gets you in the great outdoors. So no matter how little or large your move may be, every minute you're taking good exercise counts. So that's what What's Your Move is all about, brought to you by Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council. And of course the racing promoted by Barnsley Road Club, founded way back in 1924. Very long established and a great cycling club here in South Yorkshire. So a little pause here whilst we get ready for our next race. It's not scheduled to start until 5:30. So bringing to about all the technology we have on our side here at the moment. We'll endeavour to show you the official result of the race we have just seen, the C race. And if I press this button, you should see. There you go, there's the result. Let's make it full screen for you so you can see what it says. Billy Ladle, there, your race winner. 7 laps completed. Total race time of 14:27.892. Lee Speak was second. Third for Annie Fern. Fourth place for Isabel Goodwin. Fifth for Joshua Kite. Sixth for Reuben Hart. Seventh for Lewis Bentley. And eighth place for Seth Bush. The only rider who didn't take the start was Brady Stewart. So that was the result of the race we completed a little while ago. Our Youth C race. We are looking here at the finish line in Barnsley, ready to bring the Youth B boys and girls to the start line for their race. I've no doubt there'll be a podium presentation at the end of the youth racing for the various riders involved. There's finishing the first 3 places. Nice to see Paul West, good friend and colleague, down there on the finish line with his judging clipboard primed, ready to scribble down numbers. Paul West worked for British Cycling for many years. Was responsible for looking after road, track and para cycling. Now enjoying a retirement, but still coming along to races and volunteering his time as a race official. So there is our lead motorbike and our riders just going on a little sighting lap before we get this Youth B race underway. Well, assuming everyone starts, let me just run down the names and riders for you in the Youth B race. The boys, well, we've got James Cannon from the Doncaster Wheelers, Aaron Cocker of the RTD J's Cycle Shack team, George Cooper from Showa Pines Cycles. We've got Fraser Cummings of the Matlock CC, Albie Jones from the North Cheshire Clarion, Dylan Priest of the Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy, Mikey Ratcliffe of the North Midlands Youth Squad, Harry Speak, of course, younger sister Lily rode in the previous race for Clifton CC and finished second. And Oliver Thorpe for the RTD J's Cycle Shack rounds off the start list for the under 14 boys. And the under 14 girls, well, we've got Bethany Goodwin from the Louth Cycle Centre Racing Team, Elena Green from Huddersfield Star Wheelers, Tilly Hoffert of Clifton CC, Maya Howell from the Matlock CC, Millie Salmon from Clifton CC, and Isabel Young of the Shibden Cycling Club. Those are the riders scheduled to start in the under 14 boys and girls. Total of 15 riders, 9 boys and 6 girls, assuming they all take the start. Racing for a total of 20 minutes. So our race officials just keeping an eye on the time. And I think they'll be stopping the riders when they come to the line this time. Bravely standing in the middle of the road to persuade them to come to a halt. Well, Yorkshire really is the home of the British Cycling National Circuit Series for 2022. We began in Otley a couple of weeks ago. We followed up 2 nights later by going across to Ilkley for round 2. Round 3 here is in Barnsley. For the men, they step just across the border into Lancashire in a couple of weeks' time to the Cone Grand Prix. Cone in Lancashire, but it did used to be part of Yorkshire till they saw the light. And the final round of the series is promoted also by the same team who bring in the Barnsley races, but it's in Newark. So a little bit further afield for that final round of the race, both for the men and the women. That's the British Cycling National Circuit Series for 2022. But our attention rightly focused now on the next race here, which will be the under 14 boys and girls, as well as the RTD Cycle Shack riders. Clifton CC as well, and also a rider in the blue there for the Louth Cycle Centre Racing Team. Making sure all are present and correct before we get them underway. So they're off and racing. Our under 14s roll away from the line. Total, as I said, of 20 minutes of racing. 3 non-starters. It turns out Oliver Thorpe, Bethany Goodwin and Tilly Hoffert are non-starters this evening. So that'll take our number down to 12 riders. Well, we saw Billy Ladle go absolutely off the front the moment the race started in the 12s. Things might be a little bit more cagey here in the under 14s. Bigger field, of course, 15 riders in originally, now down to 12 with those 3 non-starters. Round the corner we go here, just past the pedestrian crossing point. This sharp left and right-hander coming quickly one after the other. Well, we mentioned how strong the wind is. It's a very pleasant 19 degrees outside, though, here in Barnsley. So warm conditions despite the breeze. In fact, the riders will be glad of that little cooling breeze, I think. Certainly if it's behind them. Parts of the circuit where it might be a headwind, maybe not so much. Looks like RTD J's Cycle Shack rider on the front here. Again, out of the saddle as the road rises. Coming towards completion of the lap. And if our commissar steps out the way, there we go. Don't want to get run over by the motorbike. And as we go through the line, it's Albie Jones, the rider who has taken this one on at the front for the North Cheshire Clarion. Rider with the blue with the yellow dots on his jersey. One of many Clarion cycling clubs all across the UK, the North Cheshire Clarion. Very active in the world of, well, every single discipline of cycling really, but particularly time trialling and road racing. And Albie Jones, the rider who led Aaron Cocker through the line at the end of the opening lap. James Cannon was third through. Then Harry Speak in fourth place ahead of Fraser Cummings. That was the order. First 5 riders through the line at the end of lap number 1. 1 minute 47 the lap time for the opening lap from the standing start, of course. So you expect to see the pace increase a little bit, as this will be the first rolling lap when they went through the line a few moments ago. Still Jones on the front for the North Cheshire Clarion. Little glance behind. And it's the RTD J's Cycle Shack rider, Aaron Cocker, in second spot here. See how tight that right-hand turn is. You need to be absolutely getting that corner correct as you come round it. You can lean the bike over, but using every single millimetre of the road just to make sure you make the corner. That's why it's so important in circuit racing like this to be at the front. You can pick your own line through the corners. If you find yourself further down the field, you have to try and follow the wheels in front of you. Sometimes they don't go in the direction you want to go, and losing ground. So if you are at the back of a large group going around a corner, you find yourself having to fight to get back on, because you can very quickly lose the wheel. Rise at the front, have a much smoother passage through those twists and turns around this circuit. Through the line at the end of the second lap. And it is change round in the order now, as the rider from RTD J's Cycle Shack has taken up the running at the head of the race that time. James Cannon well placed for the Doncaster Wheelers. But once again, it is the North Cheshire Clarion and Albie Jones who has come back to the front of the race here. Still no significant advantage gained. One or two riders shed off the back of the group, but still packed together at the front here. A very watchful eye on all that's going on around. Clifton CC jersey there, Harry Speak. Doubtless will like to emulate, or even perhaps better, his sister's performance in the under-12 race, where she finished in second spot. Should be a little bit of family rivalry going on. So around the corner we go. And also towards the back of the bunch, more Clifton CC riders. That was Millie Salmon. Well, it's Aaron Cocker who has come to the front now, and Albie Jones has dropped into about third place. We'll get a more discernible order across the line when they come across this time. Looks like, yeah, Jones in third place here. So Aaron Cocker was the leader through the line at the completion of lap number 3. Lining out as they again tackle a little uphill section there, but further down the field. That's Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy and Dylan Priest. As the name suggests, Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy, brainchild of Graham Briggs and Ed Clancy. Ali Slater doing some good riding for Clancy Briggs in the men's circuit series. And of course we saw Graham Briggs take a great win in the support race in Ilkley a couple of weeks ago. So even though Graham, of course, a former National Circuit Series champion, devoting his time now to the coaching going on in the Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy, proving he can still turn it on when it's needed, and took a great win in that support race in Ilkley. Haven't checked out whether he's riding the support race here this evening or not. Be interesting if he did. Meanwhile, though, focusing on our under 14 boys as we watch the chase going on behind here. Marshall just having a little bit of a knotting situation with the crossing point chain. Face of concentration there. Also on the riders as well as they come around the corner here. Again, the road lifts towards the finish line. Around the final bend before that line is reached. Apologies for the slight picture breakup. And coming towards the line, Clifton CC chasing hard in second spot. It's still Aaron Cocker ahead of Harry Speak that time, with Albie Jones up into third place. Eight laps to go when they went through the line that time. So I am reliably informed by someone who has a view of the lap board. 4 laps completed so far, just over 7 3/4 minutes racing. And that leading group of 5 riders, Aaron Cocker, Harry Speak, Albie Jones, George Cooper and James Canham. Then it's 17 seconds back to Dylan Priest, rider who is chasing there in 6th place for Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy. Again, that real tight right-hander, expertly negotiated by Aaron Cocker, but you saw how close his front wheel came to becoming entangled in those barriers. Again, just focusing on the fact that our elite men and women's race later will have fields of 60 or 70 riders. That really will make that a real pressure point on the circuit. Sun breaks through here in Barnsley this evening. And our leading group of 6 riders, their advantage secured now. 17 seconds at the last check ahead of Dylan Priest. And Fraser Cummings went through 24 seconds off the pace. Here come the leaders though, towards the line once again. To complete their 5th lap of racing, Oliver Thorpe takes his turn on the front this time. Well, Oliver Thorpe was originally flagged up as a non-starter on our results computer, but clearly he isn't, because he's just gone through the line in 1st place. In fact, the only non-starter the computer is now telling us is Tilly Hoffert. So we've actually got 14 riders on the raid. Bethany Goodwin, no, yes, I did indeed see a Louth Cycle Centre jersey on the start line earlier, so our results computer is getting itself up to date now. But no doubt about the leading group of riders, those 6 leaders, led by Oliver Thorpe that time from RTD J's Cycle Shack. But his time on the front short-lived, because as we lean into that right-hander, once again it is Albie Jones of the North Cheshire Clarion. He's taking up the pace. In fact, a little bit of daylight between the North Cheshire Clarion rider's wheel and the chaser immediately behind him. Is this perhaps a sign of the gap beginning to open? Little check over the shoulder here from Albie Jones. Sensed he can apply a little bit of pressure to this group and maybe split it apart. Here's the rider still chasing in 7th place, Dylan Priest for the Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy. He's playing a lonely furrow at the moment, is Dylan. last time through the line. He was about 11 seconds ahead of the next group on the road, headed by Fraser Cummings. In fact, the race behind has split into numerous small groups of one. So our leading group of 6 riders on your screen here. Once again, RTD Jay's Cycle Shack on the front. Further down the field, towards the back of the action, that was Isabel Young, just going through the line in 13th place last time. Past the town hall for Isabel Young of the Shibden Cycling Club. Well, of course, Shibden Cycling Club based, as the name suggests, in Shibden, but it's got that really steep climb just outside Shibden called, rather appropriately, the Shibden Wall, that the Tour de Yorkshire has used on numerous occasions when that race was on the calendar. Well, no significantly steep climbs here in Barnsley, but the road does go up, as you can see from the angle of our camera as it comes up towards the finish line. So not only is it a technical approach with a couple of sharp left and right turns before the final sweeping right-hander into the finish line, but also it goes slightly uphill as well. So if it does come down to sprint in any of these races, it's going to need thought about the precise moment to attack. Around that corner they go, and onto the more bouncy surface here. The riders will be trying to hug that centre section, but 1 or 2 grids located there as well. So the smoothness of that will be countered by the fact you get a little bit of a bounce when you go over those drainage gullies. Riders are accustomed to all kinds of conditions on city centre racing circuits such as this one. It's a luxury to have continuous smooth tarmac, but there are very often points around the course while the surface changes. Not too bad when it's nice and dry like it is here this evening, but if you imagine a little bit of rain added to the menu, which hopefully we won't see any of that this evening, but if you do get a dampness on a circuit such as this one, makes bike handling even more challenging, particularly when those points where the surface changes from a smooth one to a rougher one, or vice versa. All part of the skills riders need to be successful circuit racing riders. This leading group have caught and passed some back markers here as they go through the line. 7 laps of racing completed. Aaron Cocker still the man on the front. George Cooper into 2nd place for the Sherwood Pines Cycles team. And Albie Jones behind him for the North Cheshire Clarion. Jones has been there or thereabouts front of the race pretty much the whole time so far. Once again moving up to 2nd spot, and he's just about to relieve the rider from Sherwood Pines, George Cooper, of the lead as well. So once again it is Albie Jones on the front for North Cheshire Clarion. Sherwood Pines man in 2nd place that time, as we saw them negotiate that corner. Switching back onto the Parve section. I think we'll call it that. Why not? And that's a very tight right-hander that brings them off it. Past the cinema. No time to watch films this evening. All the focus is on the bike racing here in the centre of Barnsley. If you're just tuning in, this is our live coverage of round 3 of the British Cycling Circuit Series for 2022. You're watching one of our youth races that got the evening underway. This is the Youth B race. The riders so far have completed 7 laps. So leading the female race at the moment are Isabel Young and Bethany Goodwin in 12th and 13th place overall. This is the battle going on further down the field. And that, I think, is the rider from the Louth Cycle Centre Racing Team. Bethany Goodwin being pursued by Isabel Young from Shibden Cycling Club. Back up with the leaders. Well, our moto leans into that corner, closely followed by Clifton CC jersey on the shoulders of Harry Speak. It's keen photographers all around the circuit grabbing the pictures here. So the chasing continues further down the line, but still no sign of any weakness in that leading group of riders. 44 seconds was their advantage last time through. You're looking at Elena Green of the Huddersfield Star Wheelers. And back up once again to the leading group of 6 riders. James Canham, Harry Speak, Albie Jones, Aaron Cocker, Oliver Thorpe and George Cooper. Not seen any sign of the lone chaser Dylan Priest, but according to our computer he is still going in that gap between the 6 leading riders, whose deficit was 44 seconds when he went through the line last time. George Cooper of Sherwood Pines at the back of that group this time. The black with the green stripe around the centre of the jersey. So these 6 riders have been together since the start of the race. Very quickly whittle away the back markers, but it's staying resolutely together at the front. 9 laps of racing completed so far. Three laps to go. So we're getting into the pointy end of this race. And again, it's very difficult at this stage to pick a winner from that leading group of 6. That's where your winner's going to come from. So last time through, the time gap was approaching a minute advantage ahead of Dylan Priest. He dropped back to 53 seconds behind the leading group of 6. Powering out of that right-hander. Virtually 90-degree corner. Once again, it's North Cheshire Clarion and Albie Jones coming to the head of that leading group. Yellow forks on his bike, contrasting nicely with the yellow piping around the sleeves of his jersey as they swing around and begin the ascent back towards the completion of another lap. They're going to reel in some more of our back markers because these are the leading riders with, I suspect, 2 laps to go this time. So Oliver Thorpe just got his nose in front there for RTDJ's Cycle Shack across the line, just ahead of James Canham for the Doncaster Wheelers. Again, our apologies if you experience some slight picture breakup. Doing our best to minimise that for you. Well, we've certainly got a good shot here of the arrowhead formation at the front of this group. The pace is absolutely at the max now. I think it'll be 1 lap to go when it comes to the line next time. So who will be the strongest out of these if they manage to stay together? Thorpe, Canham, Jones, Speak, Cocker, Cooper are your leading 6 riders. Again, it's the RTD Cycle Shack rider on the front, the red with the black shorts. But Albie Jones of North Cheshire Clarion, never far away from the lead position. Hugging his wheel is Harry Speak of Clifton CC. Again in red and black, but with the black shoulders to the jersey to distinguish from the Jay's Cycle Shack riders. And it looks as though Dylan Priest is going to be lapped here by the leaders. Priest from the Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy, the rider who's in 7th place. So the 6 leaders have lapped everybody else on the circuit. Well, I think they're going to get the bell this time, if I'm not very much mistaken. Maybe I am very much mistaken. Maybe it's still 2 laps to go. Certainly the pace is very, very high now in this leading group. And that's beginning to cause 1 or 2 splits further down the line. But all 6 riders still line astern. In the now very pleasant July evening sunshine. Took a long time for the sun to come out here today in Barnsley, but now it's absolutely bathing the roads of this circuit. Been racing for just over 21 minutes. Albie Jones of the North Cheshire Clarion once again takes the head of this group. He's worked very hard to make sure that they maintain and did increase the advantage over the groups they've left behind during the course of this race. His attention will be turning now to the possibility of winning it. Got a couple of RTD riders to fight off in this group. And Aaron Cocker of that particular team has also spent a lot of time on the front of this race. So Jones looking a bit watchful now. Doesn't want to give the RTD riders a lead out, but while they're looking at each other, it is Harry Speak who's taken the advantage here to come to the front. Into the corner goes Speak. Well, his sister took second in the under-12s race. Can Harry Speak turn the tables and take the win in the under-14 boys? Last couple of corners towards the line we come. And it was indeed a lap to go. I thought it was. Didn't hear the bell, but yep, that was the final sprint. And Albie Jones looks as though he's taken it from Harry Speak. That is confirmed on my results screen. So time to perfection. That final lunge for the line from Albie Jones from North Cheshire Clarion. Just denying Harry Speak of the Clifton CC, who was first to go. But Jones is well placed to take advantage of the slipstream. A sporting... not quite a handshake, but the post-COVID equivalent of a handshake between the first and second place riders across the line. Albie Jones is your winner for the North Cheshire Clarion. Second place for Harry Speak of Clifton CC, and third place for Aaron Cocker of RTDJ's Cycle Shack. So just waiting for the back markers to come across the line. Remember, those 6 leading riders lapped everybody else on the field, so there's still plenty of riders yet to finish here. The end of our under-14 boys and girls race. So we can confirm the official result for you as the riders enjoy a warm down lap. Just watching the rider from the Louth Cycle Centre crossing the line as well. That was Bethany Goodwin, and Isabel Young will be the last rider to finish. So there is the official result of the under-14s race. Albie Jones is your winner. 22 minutes and 17 seconds of racing. Harry Speak beaten into second place by Albie Jones. Aaron Cocker finishes third. George Cooper fourth, and James Canham in fifth place. That's the top 5. And the best placed amongst the girls there. Just looking down the list, it looks like it is Maya Howell taking the win for the girls from the Matlock CC, just ahead of Millie Salmon and Bethany Goodwin, Isabel Young and Elena Green. That was the order, just the one non-starter. Tilly Hofferty didn't take the start, so 14 riders started, 14 riders finished. That is the result of our second race of the day. Next up will be the under-16s. So that's a view of the holding area for our next group of riders, who will be the under 16 boys and girls. Scheduled to race for a total of 25 minutes. And here come the under 14 boys and girls, just completing their warm down lap. View of the finish line. So the next race due to get underway at 6 o'clock. So just about 6 minutes to go before our next race comes onto the circuit. That's the way our racing programme looks for you this evening, with the under 16 boys and girls, 25 minutes of racing. Will be followed at 6:45 by the regional and amateurs race for 45 minutes. 7:30 sees round number 3 of the Women's National Circuit Series, followed at 8:30 by round 3 of the Men's National Circuit Series. Both those races lasting for 50 minutes. So that's what lies ahead here on what is now a pleasantly sunny but still breezy evening here in Barnsley. Busy weekend ahead for the riders in both the men's and women's circuit series events, those of whom are also riding the next round of the Road Series, which takes place in Lancashire, in Lancaster in fact. Lancaster Grand Prix this coming Sunday. So those who are riding both tonight and that race, just a day to recover before what promises to be a long and hot day, because Sunday is the start of the really hot weather, which is due to last for at least 3 days. And I can tell you that in the part of the world we are here, in Barnsley, and also across most of the north and northwest of England, that for Tuesday of this week there is an incredibly uncommon red weather warning being issued for extreme temperatures. And the forecast at the moment suggesting temperatures will be into the low to mid 30s on Tuesday. That's starting to develop from well, tomorrow and through Sunday, but certainly Monday and Tuesday will be the hottest days potentially. So the experts are suggesting we might well see the hottest UK day on record this coming Tuesday. But here in Barnsley, it's still a very pleasant 19 degrees out there. We're waiting for our next race to get underway, which will be our under 16 boys and girls. Quite a big field for this one, certainly for the boys. And it's great that all of these races that feature the men's and women's circuit series as the finale of the evening feature the opportunity for young riders to ride on the circuit in the youth races before our big race of the evening. Also a support race as well for riders in lower categories than are eligible to compete in the national series. So racing for everybody really is available, provided you are a member of British Cycling and have an appropriate racing licence. And if you're inspired to get involved in the great world of bike racing, then one of the first things you should do is head across the British Cycling website, find your local cycling club, and if you're anywhere near Barnsley, then it's Barnsley Road Club you want to look out for, and head along, meet up with some great people. Many clubs now very much involved in coaching and bringing on young riders. So a sighting lap for our under 16s. Again, boys and girls in a combined race of 25 minutes duration. Exactly the same circuit once again. In fact, every single race you'll see on our live coverage from Barnsley Town Centre races this evening, contested on the same circuit. Occasionally some circuits reduce the distance for the youth riders, but tends not to happen on the circuit races like this one. Taking full advantage of the opportunity to close down the centre of Barnsley. Give riders the opportunity to ride around roads normally they're busy with traffic. So here comes our lead motorbike, escorting our riders around for the completion of their sighting lap. Well, a quick count of the riders on my start list suggests we will have 39 riders in total. That's a combination of the male and female riders. They are pretty much 3/4 of the way around the circuit on their sighting lap. Looks like they'll be brought to a halt on the line this time. It's just approaching 6 o'clock. So the race scheduled to get underway on the dot of 6. So here they come towards the line. Once again, our grateful thanks to our sponsors who make this racing possible. Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council, of course, who allowed us to close down the centre of Barnsley for our bike racing. Barnsley College will be the principal sponsor of the men's series circuit race later on, and Schwalbe Tyres will be sponsoring as a principal sponsor of the women's race later. And of course, our thanks to the Barnsley Road Club volunteers and other volunteers who, of course, without whom we could not put races like this on. People who man crossing points and do the signing on, all those kind of things. All part of the great family of cycling. So riders just exchanging a few final words before they get involved in the thick of the action of the Kirklees Cycling Academy jersey on the front there. Of course, we've already tasted victory so far this evening with that win in the opening race of the day, the Under-12s race. Great solo win by Billy Ladle of Kirklees Cycling Academy, pretty much leaving the rest of the field behind. So riders about to come under starters' orders. Just getting the last instructions from our race officials. Last rider just coming to the line. It is a requirement of circuit races like this one that you start with 1 foot on the ground. Looks like all the riders are complying with that requirement, which is good. So the photographer steps away. Our TV motorbike, you can see just in the background there. Our friends from Media Motors, once again, providing great coverage. And our live stream brought to you by Velo 29 Cycling Events. So, Commissaire steps from the front of the race, so it looks like we're about to get underway. There we go. Start is given for the under 16 boys and girls. 39 riders on the start list for this one. Surging way up the hill. And around that first corner now, it's we're getting to the point now where that very tight right hand in the middle of the shopping centre become more and more challenging. The bigger the field of riders become in each of our races, the more important it is to be on the front to pick your line into that corner. Once again, it's Clifton CC, who featured heavily with that second place finish for Harry Speak in the previous race. So, already riders beginning to lose a little bit of ground at the back. This is what I said to you earlier, that when you go through a corner like that, riders on the front pick their own corner, can speed through. Riders further down have to apply the brakes sometimes. And if you do it too severely, you can lose ground, have to then try and chase back, and that can be very tiring if you keep changing your speed and your momentum. So much easier if you can keep the pace nice and high on the front and ride the race in the way you want to ride it. But of course, weighed against that is the opportunity to take a little bit of respite and ride in the slipstream of a rider in front of you. On the road, that generally saves you around about 20% of your effort. On the track, it's more, 33% of effort saved riding behind a rider on the track. Of course, the air is a bit stiller inside of Velodrome. But through the line we go, one long line of riders. And it was Joshua Jackson first through the line at that time for the Team Oton Avias. And it looks like he's got a gap of a couple of bike lengths advantage here. So he's repeating the formula so successfully employed by Billy Lade in the opening under-12s race by going off the front. Not sure he's as committed to the move though. He's freewheeling down this slight downhill. Group locked together behind as they stream through that corner. Little gap then to the next group. Opening lap from a standing start was achieved in 1 minute and 40 seconds for Joshua Jackson. And it is still Joshua Jackson on the front here for Team Oton Avias. Little look under his shoulder to determine who, if anyone, is doing the chasing. A couple of riders trying to get themselves clear at the front of the chase group. Onto the climb. You can see the extra effort being applied there by our race leader. Make sure he keeps that pace nice and high. Again, a little check over his shoulder as they come round to complete first lap at full race pace. Joshua Jackson just over a second ahead of Oliver Dawson in second place. Dawson for the RTD J's Cycle Shack team in those red and black colours. Spectators enjoying a nice beverage there by the barriers, watching the riders speed past on this now very pleasant July evening here in Barnsley. This is the Barnsley Town Centre races. Our live stream brought to you by Velo29 Cycling Events. And we do hope you're enjoying the opportunity to watch the action. You won't miss a moment of all the racing here in Barnsley, regardless of where in the world you are. Our leader, Joshua Jackson, is onto the Parve section. Being encouraged further down. Looks like a rider with a problem there as Jackson sped through. Well, in the good/bad old days of circuit racing, if you had a problem, you used to be able to take a lap out in the pits, get it rectified, and then regain your position in the race without penalty. But laps out no longer permitted in circuit racing. It makes the race much easier for those involved in determining who's on the lead lap to keep under control. But it means if you have a problem, you can still stop in the pits and have it rectified. You have to chase your way back. You cannot take time out of the race. And when you see the riders at the professional level racing on these kind of circuit races, if they do have a problem, very often the team will simply change the bike. They won't attempt to solve the problem if it's a loose saddle or maybe just a puncture. They won't clip the wheel out and stick a new wheel in. They just change the whole bike over to save as much time as possible for the rider in getting back into the race. You're watching our lone leader on the front here. Oliver Dawson has taken over at the front from Joshua Jackson, who's drifted a little further back. So we saw Oliver Dawson making that move as he came towards the line. He's in the all black colours despite riding for the RTD J's Cycle Shack team. Maybe his racing jersey's in the wash. You never know. Again, bouncing off the cobble section and onto the smoother tarmac. Out of the saddle, determined to try and put in as big a gap as he can here to the chasers behind. It was 4 seconds on the line last time. Constant checking behind. Still not confident in the lead he's got, but it is growing pedal stroke by pedal stroke. Our motorcycle camera just briefly coming to a halt, so we shall endeavour to switch the picture over to our static camera on the finish line. There you go. Moto is back up and running. And here comes the chase group. So Dawson already through, 5.5 seconds clear of Joseph Cosgrove in second place. Cosgrove for Annexo Group race team. Third through the line was Seth Jackson. Seth Jackson for Kirklees Cycling Academy. So one of our back markers being caught and passed there by the race leader. Oliver Dawson has overhauled. That was one of the riders in the female race, so that was Isla Eastoe of the Edinburgh RC. So she's made a journey down from Edinburgh to Barnsley to race here this evening. Unless, of course, she's based locally, you never know. Could still be a member of a more distant cycling club. Our moto camera focusing now on the rear view of our race leader Oliver Dawson of RTD J's Cycle Shack. He's completed 4 laps of the circuit so far. Been racing for just over 8 minutes. And he's coming around to tick off another lap. I'll give you an idea of the time gap. Cosgrove was the next rider through the line last time through. Once again, Dawson has picked up some back markers. And it is Cosgrove through, still in second place. For the Annexo Group race team in those pale blue colours. But the man in black on the front, Oliver Dawson, with that 7.3 second advantage on the line at the completion of 5 laps of racing. Into the narrow section around the back part of the circuit. A little bit of descent here before he'll swing left and then immediately right. Around that sweeping corner onto the cobble section. And then we've got a very tight 90-degree right at the end of this one. But when you're on your own, well, you can pick your own line through it, which is exactly what Oliver Dawson has done. 5 laps in, he's pretty familiar with the twists and turns of this circuit now. .3 seconds was his advantage at the last time check, last time through the line. Well, certainly pedalling very strongly indeed is Dawson out of the saddle for the slightly uphill section here. Red traffic lights of no bearing at the moment. Road fully closed, of course, for the racing. And he's certainly not going to stop for that. Not going to stop for anything because he's got the lead and is trying to broaden it. You can just see the chaser, Joseph Cosgrove, coming around that left-hander as our leader, Oliver Dawson, went through the line. I'm going to put that gap around about 7 seconds still. So Cosgrove hasn't lost any ground, but nor has Dawson gained any that time. Harrison Dainty just going through the line, but it's Joshua Jackson in third place on the road. But he's 18 seconds off the race lead. So 7 seconds to gap from Dawson to Cosgrove. From Dawson, though, to Jackson, 18 seconds. Behind Joshua Jackson is his namesake, Seth Jackson. Seth Jackson for the Kirklees Cycling Academy. Through the line in 4th place, just ahead of Cian Evans, who was next through. Cian for the Evolution Racing Academy. Back up to the leader. Once again is into that 90-degree right outside the interchange. Still the battle continues behind, but the gaps are getting bigger lap by lap. Once again powering the rise towards the finish line is Oliver Dawson. Race number 17 on his back, rider from RTD-J's Cycle Shack. Well, he's all black, isn't he? He's got a black, non-black elements of his machine. There's the helmet and his cycling shoes. Bike's black, skin suit's black, socks are black. He is the man in black, and he's coming towards the line. He's also taking down a little bit of hydration as well. This pleasantly warm evening, working hard to maintain his advantage. Let's look back down the finishing straight for Cosgrove. Here he is. I think that gap might have gone out a little bit, you know. Just glancing over at the scoring computer. Yes, it's now 9 seconds the advantage for the man you see inside profile view. Oliver Dawson, our race leader at this stage of proceedings for RTD-J's Cycle Shack. Leader has completed 7 laps of racing so far and carries that 9-second advantage of Joseph Cosgrove in second spot. Joshua Jackson still sitting third, 14 seconds off the pace, and Denham Edwards has moved up into fourth place at 16.7 seconds behind. Denham Edwards riding for the Harrogate Nova CC. Another fine Yorkshire-based cycling club. Well, Oliver Dawson really will know this circuit like the back of his hand now. Confident through each corner. Out of the saddle for the uphill. Settling back down once he's mastered the gradient. Lining up for the finish line completion of the next lap. 9 seconds was his advantage last time, ahead of Joseph Cosgrove. 7 laps to go. Here comes Cosgrove, and once again the gap has increased by 2 seconds in favour of Oliver Dawson. Cosgrove now at 11.3 seconds behind. Here comes the next group on the road. This is the main field pretty much. A lot of pressure being applied there by the Clifton CC rider to try and close that gap ahead of him. Further back, as some of the female riders go through there, one of them from Clifton CC, just notable as she came through on the right-hand side of the road, left-hand side of your picture as you looked at the head-on shot. Meanwhile, Oliver Dawson is well into his 8th lap here. So once again we see a Clifton CC jersey come through the line, but here is Dawson from RTD-J Cycle Shack. Now familiar yellow colours of the mobile phone store on that corner. Marks the point where the circuit climbs up towards the finish line. Great backdrop of the buildings here in the centre of Barnsley. Race starting and finishing outside the town hall. With 6 laps to go. Our leader is through the line. We've got a watch now on Joseph Cosgrove, if he's still in second spot. Looks like he's actually dropped into about 5th place now. Seth Jackson and Joshua Jackson have moved up ahead of Cosgrove. So things have changed behind. Seth Jackson, right, has taken over second place. Came through the line that time for the team of Kirklees Cycling Academy. But the gap in favour of our lone leader, who you see on your picture here, being pursued by our motorcycle camera. Oliver Dawson 14 seconds clear of Seth Jackson in second. Joshua Jackson was also with Seth Jackson. Joshua riding for Team Oton Avius. But our race leader once again swinging to the right-hander by the interchange. When he comes to the line this time, it'll be 5 laps to go for the leading rider. And that's the man you see on your screen here. Here's Oliver Dawson of RTD J Cycle Shack. One of the chasing groups goes through the line. Crowd continuing to build here in Barnsley. Looking forward, no doubt, to all the racing yet to come, but in particular the third round of both the men's and women's British Cycling Circuit Series for 2022. Last round contested in Ilkley, just about a fortnight ago. But in the under-16 boys, with 5 laps to go, it is Oliver Dawson who has got this race at the moment pegged with a 15-second advantage. Joshua Jackson now leading the chase. Oh, look at this. These 3 riders beginning to drill it in second, third and fourth place. It's Joshua Jackson, Joseph Cosgrove and Seth Jackson. And for the first time, the advantage for Oliver Dawson has been reduced by 2 seconds, down to 12 now. And that's entirely down to the pressure being applied by chase of Joshua Jackson, Joseph Cosgrove and Seth Jackson. Well, the disadvantage of being on your own, even though you can pick your own way around the course, of course you've got no one to give you any respite at all. You have to keep the pace high without anyone to share the effort with you. And those 3 chasing riders, even though they're from different teams, at this stage of the proceedings, their main priority is to get the lone leader back, so they will cooperate. Maybe less so when it comes down to the final sprint for the line, but at the moment they're cooperating well and chasing down our lone leader. Oliver Dawson is being clear for quite some time now. Little flick of the elbow from the RTD rider on the front of that group. That's the well-known, internationally recognised symbol by bike riders. When they flick their elbow, it's to say to the rider behind them, come on, your turn, come through, you do a turn. Not always successful in achieving that objective, but it's worth a try. Here comes our leader, Oliver Dawson, with 4 laps to go. Well, we've found a bigger lap board now, so easier for us to see here from our commentary position as well. Looking at this chase that we saw a few moments ago, another rider's joined the fray now, Jamie Stewart. Jamie from the Cystic Fibrosis Race Team. He's moved up to second place. 17 seconds though. So that chase we saw being animated by Jackson, Cosgrove and Jackson a lap ago. With the gap coming down. Tables have been turned once again in favour of Oliver Dawson. He's riding away again. 17 seconds now clear of the chase group headed by Jamie Stewart. Then it's Joshua Jackson, Oliver Moss and Seth Jackson as your first 5 riders across the line, just followed by Joseph Cosgrove in 6th and Harrison Dainty in 7th place ahead of Denham Edwards. Onto the cobbles once more. And into that right-hander. Be 3 to go for Oliver Dawson this time. He'll be sensing victory. He's getting closer and closer each time through the line. He's looking behind. He knows that was a serious chase a few laps ago. But he'll see now the gap has grown once more. Passing another rider from the girls' race there. That was Imogen Wolf, the Gibden Cycling Club, just being passed there. But we're on board with our leading rider, Oliver Dawson from RTDJ's Cycle Shack. With 3 laps to go this time. Well, Oliver Dawson sat in the group for the first couple of laps, then he broke clear. And since then, he has been unchallenged at the lead position in this race. Been racing for just over 20 minutes now, 12 laps completed. Be 2 to go for Dawson when he comes around into the finishing straight this time. So this chase behind, beginning to look more and more like a battle for second place. Unless they can organise themselves to pursue Dawson. Be interesting to see the time gap on the line next time through. Most recent check was 22 seconds as Dawson continues to ride clear. He's going to pick off quite a large group of back markers when he makes this right-hander by the interchange. Powers out of that corner. Well, those riders are going to be lapped by the leader. Dawson reaches down, changed his mind. Looked like he was going to take a drink, but he's I think he changed his mind because he's got to negotiate his way through these back markers. You need to keep full control of your machine whilst doing that. So once again he dances on the pedals, ascends back towards completion of another lap with 2 laps to go this time. 22 seconds was his lead last time. Another look over his shoulder. But let's see if that gap has gone out. Looking for that chase group. Not seen them yet. So it looks like Oliver Dawson, who'll get the bell next time, has ridden away from the challenge behind. Was led by Joshua Jackson last time. 25 seconds as Jackson gets out of the saddle. Cosgrove also putting in a dig there as well. But have the chase group left it too late to chase back Oliver Dawson? 25 seconds. Jackson just riding clear of Jamie Stewart in 3rd and Oliver Moss in 4th. But this is your race leader, Dawson. Bit of bell and 1 lap to go on the line this time. It's a view of the chase group, still being led by Joshua Jackson. Joshua Jackson from Team Motor Navius in 2nd place, but here is our race leader. 25 seconds was his advantage last time. Once again out of the saddle for the run back up towards the finish line. Shadows begin to lengthen in Barnsley. Still a very pleasant evening indeed here. As the back markers come through, the leader will get the bell and 1 lap to go. So 1 more circumnavigation of this Barnsley Town Centre circuit for Oliver Dawson. Again looks back. Gap was 25 seconds last time, so he won't see that chasing group if the gap remains at that kind of level. This is the next group on the road. Lots of looking around at each other here for someone else to take up the pacemaking. Back with our leader. Around the narrow back section of the circuit. Descending down to take this left and right onto the cobbles. This is the final lap for Oliver Dawson. The gap was 32 seconds on the line, barring some very unfortunate and unforeseen occurrence. Oliver Dawson is riding to victory for the under-16 boys. He'll be looking for that checkered flag this time on the line. And the battle behind, as I suggested a few laps ago, will be for 2nd place. Because Oliver Dawson has just got a handful of turns left. Final look behind, final dig, final stamping on the pedals. Absolutely dominated this race from the early stages, and Oliver Dawson is about to ride across the line and to victory. Final check behind. And he celebrates. Oliver Dawson wins the under-16 boys race for RTD J's Cycle Shack. Group fighting it out for the minor placings. They're a group of lap riders. Still yet to see the sprint for second. Dawson's pretty pleased with that one, as well he might be. Demanding circuit and a command performance, but here's the sprint for second. Who's going to get that one? Just going in favour of Oliver Moss, I think. That looked like Oliver Moss of Clifton CC on the left-hand side of the road. Just got his wheel in front of Joseph Cosgrove, who gets third. Joshua Jackson will finish fourth. Fifth place for Jamie Stewart and sixth for Seth Jackson. Those are the only riders to finish so far on the lead lap. So Oliver Dawson, your race winner, 26 minutes and 6 seconds of racing to give him his victory in the under-16 boys category. Next group sprinting it out for places 7 onwards. And it was Mackenzie Riley, just ahead of Denham Edwards, and Killian Lewis who took that one. Still some more riders left out on the circuit. And here they come to draw a line on this under-16 boys and girls race. Just looking down the list to see who the best placed girl was out of those who took the start. Well, I think it might have been the rider celebrating going across the line there. So that was Imogen Wolf, I think, taking that win in the girls' race. So we can show you the official result of the under-16 boys and girls race. Even better if we show the top of the leaderboard, wouldn't it? There you go. So the win goes for Oliver Dawson, taking victory for RTD J's Cycle Shack in a time of 26 minutes and 6 seconds. Oliver Moss won the sprint for second, 32 seconds behind the leader. Third place went to Joseph Cosgrove. Fourth for Joshua Jackson. Fifth for Jamie Stewart. Sixth place for Seth Jackson. Seventh for Mackenzie Riley. Eighth place for Denham Edwards. Ninth for Killian Lewis. And 10th place for Harrison Dainty. If we scroll a little bit further down that list, we should find that our best placed female finisher was indeed Imogen Wolf in 23rd place. So well done to all of our under-16 riders. A very hotly contested battle for the sprint of second, but a dominant performance again, this time from Oliver Dawson of RTD J's Cycle Shack, soloing to victory. So immediately pounced upon by Larry Hickmott to get the first interview. So he'll have a well-earned rest now once he's had his photo taken. There you go. And we begin to prepare ourselves for our next race of the evening, which will be our support race for the second, third and fourth category riders. Looks like we're going to have a maximum of 64 riders taking the start in this one. It's the biggest field we've seen on this circuit so far this evening. And there we see our enthusiastic support race riders. Can't wait to get themselves out on the circuit. 45 minutes of racing from this one. Well, I did speculate earlier that you might well see Graham Briggs, winner of the support race in Ilkley a couple of weeks ago. And he is indeed on the start list, race number 4 on his back. Graham Briggs, former Elite Circuit Series champion and a great criterium rider in his professional racing career. Spent a lot of time with the Rafa Condor team, also rode for Team Rally as well, amongst others. As I mentioned earlier, now devoting a lot of his time along with Ed Clancy in coaching young riders in the Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy. But as proven in Ilkley, you never lose it, and Graham Briggs will start, I think, as a hot favourite for the support race here this evening. So about 10 minutes before this race is scheduled to get underway. The riders, again, as in previous races, will be allowed, I suspect, a sighting lap just to get the feel for the circuit. So this is the last of our support races before we'll begin to turn our attention to the British Cycling National Circuit Series races. The women go first at 7:30. Round 2 of the... round 3, I should say, of the women's series. Began in Otley on the last Wednesday in June when Charlotte Broughton took the win for Awol O'Shea, ahead of Jenny Holov-Teckers and Emma Jeffers from GRC Interflon. Just 2 days later, we moved from Otley 6 miles down the road to Ilkley. And of course, we brought you a live stream as well from Velo 29 cycling events of the Ilkley Grand Prix. Race won by Luna King of Le Col Wahoo from Joe Tindley, the former national champion for Pro Noxus Red Chili, and Flora Perkins of Le Col Wahoo finished in 3rd place on that occasion. Those are the 2 rounds completed so far. 2 more rounds to go tonight here in Barnsley, of course. And then at the end of July, the 29th of July, at the Newark Town Centre races. Following the Women's National Circuit Series race at 8:30 will be round number 3 of the Men's National Circuit Series. Again, their final round so far was in Ilkley, the last round in Ilkley. But unlike the women, they have an extra round of racing. So a week next Tuesday, we move across the border, but only just, from Yorkshire into Lancashire for the Cairn Grand Prix. And then the final round for the men, again on the 29th of July. Men's and women races both on the Newark Town Centre races on the 29th of July. So still plenty of action to come in the British Cycling National Circuit Series. So the barriers are finally moved aside, and like a coiled spring, all of the riders ready for our national 2nd, 3rd and 4th category race make their way out onto the circuit. So here come the riders, heading towards the line. I think they're going to go straight through for a completion of the lap, I think. Yeah, they won't be brought to halt this time. They'll be stopped next time round. It's about 6 minutes before the race is scheduled to start. Numbers in the crowd certainly increasing in anticipation of the action yet to come. Our Media Motors TV bike, closely followed by our National Escort Group Outrider, who marks the head of the race. And behind that, the sizable field for this second, third and fourth category race here. Scheduled to race for 45 minutes. Just looking down the start list here. Mentioned Graham Briggs already, of course, for the Clancy Briggs Cycling Academy. William Draper for Cycling Club Isle of Man, scheduled to take the start, wearing race number 15. And of course the National Road Series, following this weekend's upcoming round on Sunday for the Lancaster Grand Prix, will itself be crossing the Irish Sea to the Isle of Man. And in fact, a week tonight will be the first stage of the Manx International 3-day British Cycling National Road Series event for men and women. It's a really busy period for the riders, circuit racing and road racing mixed up together. Our riders for the support race. Just getting their final briefing from our race officials before the race gets underway. Well, the start list suggests 64 riders. Perhaps not quite that many on the start line. Difficult to tell from this head-on shot. But it's certainly the biggest group of riders we've seen on this circuit so far during the course of our live coverage. Brought to you, of course, by Velo 29 Cycling Events. Our live stream here of the Barnsley Town Centre races for 2022. Just a couple of minutes to go to the official time of start. As if on cue, one of our race officials looks at his watch. Yeah, pretty close, he says. That'll do. Mark Etches with his back to us there. Himself an organiser of a circuit race which sadly can't take place this year if you were looking forward to the Sheffield Grand Prix. Always a great night's racing. Unfortunately, due to major road works in the centre of Sheffield, that race won't take place. But Mark also one of our national cycling commissaires here in Great Britain. He'll be keeping a careful eye on the action as well, along with the rest of the officials team. So the riders getting the final countdown, and away we go. Clipping into those pedals and surging away from the line. So will we see a breakaway move in this race? Or will we see a solo win? Or will we see a large group contesting the finish? Long way to go to find that out yet. 45 minutes of racing for this second, third and fourth category support race. Riding through the shadows and out into the sunlight as the riders emerge from amongst the tall buildings here. That right-hander by the interchange, which has been successfully negotiated thus far by our youth riders. It's actually the most technical corner on the circuit. Change of surface as well as you come off the cobbles and onto the smoother tarmac. Climbing out of the saddle, up towards the completion of the first lap, around that final left-hander. And Cameron Keyworth was the first rider across the line for LVC Racing. From Tom Hartwell of TS Racing and Alexander Robinson of Clifton CC. Those are your first three riders through the line. Jake Jackson of Rose Race Team and Max Lutz Atkinson through in fifth for Ribble Recharge Racing. So still all together at the head of the race in the early stages. 1 minute 41 the pace for the opening lap. Emphasising, of course, that that's from a standing start, so the pace will be a little faster on a racing lap through the line. So a change of personnel on the front of the race. Yellow and black colours. Again, leaning into the climb. As mentioned already, it's not particularly steep, but when you've been around this, the number of times these riders will have been around it in 45 minutes of racing, you begin to feel it in the legs. Max Krasinski of Prologue Racing was first through the line that time from Cormac McConville of Spokes Racing Team, and Max Lutz Atkinson moving up from 5th to 3rd. Tom Hartwell for TS Racing from Daniel Hepton of Team Bike Shop. Suggested the pace increasing a little bit. The fastest lap that time was clocked by Callum Watson of Shibden Cycling Club in 1:42.253. Onto the cobble section. You see the riders leaning the bike over, using every possible millimetre of road to get round that corner. Things beginning to line out at the front now as the pressure begins to increase, causing 1 or 2 fractures further down the line. Leading group of 4 riders forge a very small advantage. Coming around to complete another lap. It was Max Krasinski who led them through the line last time. And he is still at the head of the race, Max Krasinski of Prologue Racing. From Cormac McConville, Max Luke Atkinson and Tom Hartwell. Daniel Bentley putting in a fast charge that time. 1:38.137, so the lap speed increasing. Well, deciding not to cross the road with their shopping just at that moment. Good idea, because here comes our TV motorbike, closely followed by the leading riders. Max Krasinski of Prologue Racing still on the front. Drilling it out of that corner. Krasinski determined to hold on to the lead position here. Cormac Conville, Max Lutz Atkinson and Tom Hartwell were the riders behind him when they came around that corner last time. Little look over the shoulder. Apologies for any momentary picture breakup we experience around the circuit. Focusing on the finish line to watch the riders on approach. Here comes our TV motorbike, and just behind that will be the leading riders. New name on the front this time, because Krasinski has dropped back into what's talking about 4th place there. In fact, 5th place for Krasinski. It's Cormac McConville from Max Lutz Atkinson, Daniel Bentley of East Bradford CC 3rd, and Tom Hartwell in 4th for TS Racing. Max Krasinski, who led the preceding 2 laps, dropping back into 5th spot. Still Daniel Bentley clocking up fast laps there. 1:38, 1:37. Still the fastest lap thus far. Been racing for just over 7¼ minutes. And we're watching the front of the race, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th category support race. Into that left-hand corner. Spectators who are unfamiliar with the world of cycle racing, appreciating just how quick the riders do go around a street circuit like this one. You can feel the breeze as they speed past. Quite a gap to the riders further down the line here. Our leaders already into the cobble section. Just waiting to come back into our view. Here comes the lead motorbike. Just behind it will be the leading riders. Four laps completed so far. Starting in the 5th as they go through the line. While Daniel Bentley, who still has the fastest lap in 1:38, 1:37, is now on the front of that group. Tom Hartwell 2nd for TS Racing, and Cormac McConville in 3rd place for Spokes Racing Team. That was the order through the line at the end of lap number 5. So gradually this field being thinned out by the pressure being applied at the head of the race. It was Daniel Bentley of East Bradford CC, who was the head of affairs last time. So the pace might have just have slackened a little bit. It'd be interesting to see what the lap time shows us when they come around to complete this one. You can always tell when you look at the front of a race if it's lined out, one long line of riders, the pace is very high indeed. When they fan out across the full width of the road, Well, that's an indication the pace has slackened somewhat. It's Conville back at the front of affairs last time through the Life Spokes Racing team. About to head into the next corner. Onto the cobbles. And of course that spits them out at the other end of that street by the interchange. That tight 90-degree turn. Lights on the restaurant just on the left as the riders come through. Get a little bit brighter. Still pleasant sunshine here in Barnsley this evening. The wind, which was gusting very strongly earlier in the evening, seems to have moderated very slightly actually. So that might see the pace even more furious in the men's and women's Circuit Race Series races a little bit later on. Powering as that corner. Using the full width of the road here to minimise the distance covered. Aiming for the apex of that bend. And through the line to complete another lap. Tom Hartwell for TS Racing ahead of Max Lutz Atkinson of Ribble Recharge. Daniel Bentley, Vice Bramford CC third. Then it was Cormac Conville and Max Krasinski in fifth from Tobias Edwards and Ben Singer. So 10 riders at the head of the race and a 12-second gap to Harry Pavley from Identity Racing in 11th place. 7 laps completed, 12.5 minutes of racing so far. And with that constant pressure being applied at the head of the race, the gap's getting bigger further down the field. Tom Hartwell of TS Racing was the rider who was first through the line at the end of lap 7. Still the fastest lap around this circuit here in this second, third and fourth category race so far this evening has been posted by Daniel Bentley of East Bradford CC in 1:38.137. Those of you who are familiar with Tour Series racing, which we had earlier in the year, you'll know there's actually a competition for the rider who can record the fastest lap in the race. No such competition in the Circuit Race Series here. It's always interesting to see who's going fastest around the course. And at the moment it is the East Bradford Cycling Club rider, Daniel Bentley. New leader that time through from Team Lifting Gear was Tobias Edwards on the front from William Abbott of Inflight. Calvin Walker moves up for the Loughborough students. And Ben Singer in 4th place from Tom Hartwell of TS Racing. That was the order through the line with 8 laps of racing completed. Still 10 riders with that advantage in the leading group, 17 seconds behind. Chase being headed by Edward Ray of the Arc Cycles. Still a sizable group here of 11 riders. Well, 10 riders, I should say. 11 riders. The first of the chasers just behind. 17 seconds. The bunting still being blown around quite strongly on the start-finish straight, but not quite so windy around the back part of the circuit here where the buildings afford more shelter. Instead, you've got the climb to tackle, and that's exactly what the riders are doing here as they come towards the line to complete the next lap. Small advantage on the front. Rider with the red jersey with the black shorts. Being denied first place across the line, though, by William Abbott of Inflight. In the A purple coloured jersey on the front there for William Abbott. Guy Drabble moves up for Ribble Recharge into second. Edward Ray third for the Arc Cycles. And Alfie Speck of Elmore Factory Racing in fourth place from Oliver Akers. Oliver Akers has posted a new fastest lap in 1:38.137. So Abbott doing a big turn on the front here in the purple colours of In Flight. Back on the finish line. A group of riders who've lost some distance to the leaders. Long way to go yet. This race scheduled to last for 45 minutes. I've been racing for just over 16 3/4 minutes so far. And no advantage thus gained amongst the leading 10 riders. Circuit widens as it climbs up towards the finish line. And our finish line camera showing you the Barnsley Road Club gazebo, the left-hand side of the road, as our camera focuses on the leading riders as they come towards the line this time. Alfie Speck for Elmore Factory Racing takes up the lead position. Right, they're battling just off the back of that group. George Thompson from Rose Race Team. Just 8 seconds behind the first rider across the line. The whistles of the marshals to indicate that the riders are on approach to the those people who are controlling the crossings, so they know when to close them. Our volunteers from the Barnsley Road Club and elsewhere, as mentioned previously, but it bears repeating, they people who make these kind of events possible by giving up their time to help out and run races such as this. We hope you're enjoying the action here. Our live stream coverage brought to you by Velo 29 Cycling Events of the 2022 edition of the Barnsley Town Centre races. We're in the thick of the action in the second, third and fourth category support race. We're at 18.5 minutes into it. 45 minutes in total this race. 2 more races to go after this one. The women's and then the men's British Cycling National Series round 3 races. Battle continues in both of those competitions. More of that when we get to the start of those races, but at the moment we're focusing our attention on this leading group, proving very difficult to separate. Still riding very strongly, all 10 riders in this leading group. Alex Galpin for Bourne Wheelers took his turn on the front from Max Krasinski, moving back up again. Krasinski led in the opening laps of the race for Prologue Racing Team. Oliver Akers from Zappi Junior Racing Team in third place. Guy Drabble third. And Dexter Leeming Sykes of World Top the Edge is a name to conjure with. Dexter was in 5th place from William Abbott in 6th. And Jake Jackson for Rose Race Team in 7th spot. The top 10 are rounded out by Edward Ray from the Arc Cycles, Alfie Speck of Elmore Factory Racing, and George Thompson from Red Rose from a Rose Race Team. I'm putting an erroneous red in front of it. He's in 10th place across the line, then a 21-second gap to Robert Gray of York Cycle Works. Once again, the riders swing right by the interchange. Still a lot of looking around in this group. And again, the pace has slackened somewhat. 21 seconds lead they had over the first chasing group on the road. Interesting to note that George Thompson, who was riding in 10th spot for Rowe's race team, was losing a little bit of ground at the back of that group. In fact, last time through the line, he was 10 seconds off the pace of the leading group, so he may well be going backwards further. See another rider just coming around that corner, just slightly detached from the rear of this leading group. Unswayed on the front though, and out of the saddle, charging through the line, Guy Drabble of Ribble Recharge. Dexter Leeming Sykes and Max Krasinski make up the 1-2-3, the end of lap number 12. So that brief period of looking at each other is over now. Once again, this group is lined out. Guy Drabble leading into the next corner. Again, riders dotted all around the circuit now as the pace begins to take its toll. Looking back down the finishing straight with 9 laps to go. So as soon as the riders see the lap board, they'll begin to start to think about tactics. Lagging group pass through the line. So our leading riders should have 8 laps to go when they come to the line this time. Once again, some splits in that leading group. So coming back together again as they come around the left-hander into the finishing straight. Magenta and blue colours looks as though it's of the front, but in fact this is deceptive because it was Dexter Leeming Sykes, in fact, of World Top the Edge, who was the first man across the line from Max Krasinski second, Guy Drabble third, and Ollie Akers for Zappi Junior Race Team in fourth place, from William Abbott of InFlight in fifth that time through. Plenty of looking behind here to see if this group is still intact, and it is. Leading the bike right over into those corners. Very tall rider on the front of that group. You see the extension of the seat pin. It supports the saddle, long way above the top of the frame. More out of the saddle action to apply a bit more pressure. Desperately trying to split this group, but having no effect. Still resolutely locked together. So once again the gaps begin to stretch out. First serious attacking move at the front of this group. So the race really beginning to take shape now. That attempt to go clear. But an immediate response from the chase group behind. So it looked as though that rider was gaining ground, but short-lived once again. So as the action continues here in this second, third and fourth category race, just looking ahead to the rest of our racing programme here this evening. Of course, we've got the third round of both the women's and men's National Circuit Series races. 7:30 for the women, 8:30 for the men. And they race for 50 minutes in total. Riders will be gridded on the start line according to the current National Series standings. We'll show you those standings a little bit later on, actually, to show you who has got the advantage in those series after the first two rounds of racing at Otley and Ilkley, respectively. And as the race continues around the circuit, another chance for you to actually take a little look at the profile of this route. See that very tight corner. Let's bring the riders around past the interchange. And then they head up towards the right-hander. And that little jink to the left and right before coming through on the climb up to the finish line. So a great circuit for bike racing, and we've seen some great racing already so far this evening. Racing supported by Barnsley College, who was the sponsor of our men's race a little bit later. Schwalbe UK Tyres, the sponsor of our women's race. Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council, who've allowed us to take over the streets of Barnsley to bring you big-time bike racing. Great support also from our volunteers from the Barnsley Road Club, who are the organisers of the race. And interesting also the What's Your Move initiative from the Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council. It's all about helping Barnsley be more active for good physical and mental health. Something all of us need to be careful of in these difficult times. And no matter how little or large your move may be, every minute you spend taking exercise and looking after your physical and mental well-being is time well spent. So that's the What's Your Move initiative from the council. Just having a slight issue with our pictures from the circuit at the moment. Endeavour to take you back to the action. It's all gone a bit purple though. Four laps to go. We're just hearing from the side of the road. So we'll just work on solving the slight picture issue that we have currently. Our production studio working hard to resolve the technical issue. But you can still see the racing taking place here, despite the rather strange coloration. I assure you the streets of Barnsley have not been taken over by space aliens. Or at least I hope they haven't. Just a minor technical problem that will be shortly resolved, we hope. Last time through the line it was Dexter Leeming-Sykes who was the rider at the head of the race. And a couple of riders have been dropped from that leading group of 10 down to 8 riders now in the leading group. And that big attacking move here is beginning to make a real impression on proceedings. Well, we've got our colours back. We apologise for the border around the picture at the moment. Again, we'll resolve that as quickly as we can. But at least we can see what's happening here. You can see the chase that's happening behind as well. Dexter Leeming-Sykes have walled top the edge. Was the rider who led through the line last time through. The completion of 16 laps of racing. round past the interchange, but again he's been joined, so not given any leeway at all by the chasers, and this could come back together, you know. Onto the climb we go. I think it'll be 3 laps to go this time. Of course, we lost our pictures for a little while, so we haven't seen the back or indeed the front of the lap board for a few moments, but I'm pretty sure I heard in the background being said it was 4 laps to go last time, so by the powers of my mental arithmetic, I reckon it'll be 3 to go this time. Unfortunately, can't quite see what it says on the lap board, but yeah, I think we've got 3 laps to go. 16 laps of racing completed so far. It is 3 to go. I was right. Had to happen eventually. So Dexter Leeming Sykes of World top the edge, and Max Krasinski of Prologue Racing at the front of the group, but the rest of them have come back as well. This race certainly not over yet, with 3 laps to go. Edward Ray of the Arc Cycle's been into a little bit of ground. He's 4 seconds behind through the line that time, and Guy Drabble also losing the wheel at the back of that group. The first 4 riders, though, pretty much inseparable across the line, with Dexter Leeming Sykes getting there ahead of Max Krasinski, Jake Jackson and Oliver Akers. Back onto the cobble section. And round once again by the interchange. Meanwhile, back on the finish line. Next group go through. Some distance behind now. But in the leaders, bit of looking round going on. Dexter Leeming Sykes and Max Krasinski looking at each other, and while they do that, another attacking move goes off the front and gaining ground pretty rapidly here. So these are dangerous moments. There'll be 2 laps to go when the rider comes to line this time. Look at the gap he's put in here. Well, absolutely flying up this climb. Will this be the move of the race? Be just 2 laps to go on the line. Looks over his shoulder. Mainfield just come around the corner. It's Guy Drabble who has gone off the front. Dexter Leeming Sykes gives chase. Colours of the Ribble Recharge Racing team for Guy Drabble. His gap was 7.4 seconds on the line from Dexter Leeming Sykes second, William Abbott third, Alex Gallup in fourth, and Edward Ray in 5th place. Inside 2 laps to the finish. Can Guy Drabble hang on to this advantage? There'll be a furious chase going on behind. This group have been together the majority of the race, but Drabble took that audacious opportunity as they came around that tight right-hander by the interchange to attack the group. He went away up the climb. He'll keep looking behind, I'm sure, to determine how successful his exploits have been. At the moment, I can tell you, as he comes to the same point on the circuit where he began his move last time. Looking behind just to see the next rider come round. That gap, well, still in the order of 7 or 8 seconds, I imagine. We'll get an indication of it on the line with a lap to go. Guy Drabble of Ribble Recharge Racing, the man in the white here. I didn't quite believe his luck that he managed to make that move without being challenged very quickly by the chase group behind. So again, he's onto the climb. Can pick off some back markers. Commissar encouraging those lap riders to stay over to the left-hand side while our leader comes through. With 1 lap to go for Guy Drabble of Ribble Recharge Racing. Well, the riders take the bell. Dexter Leeming Sykes well top the edge, was second through from Alex Galpin and Oliver Akers of Zappi Junior Race Team in 4th spot. Then it was William Abbott, but the gap was right down to 4 seconds. So Guy Drabble, did he go just too early? Dexter Leeming Sykes was the man giving chase. Well, it's all changed once again. Drabble is being caught back. Looking for our leading riders coming through. It'll be the finish this time. Well, it's all about speed through these corners now. Desperately trying to get away from the group behind. Less than half a lap to go to the finish line. The second, third and fourth category support race reaches a climax here in Barnsley. We need to see the finish line very soon to see who is going to take the win. Drabble still clear. Well, our cameras are focusing on the chase group behind. So that's a back marker. Looks like the white jersey of Drabble may still be holding on to a small advantage here. Up the climb we go for the last time. Oh, attacks coming thick and fast though from the chase group behind. Drabble will do well to hang on here, particularly as they work though through some back markers. It's all getting a bit untidy on the line, but coming through in the middle of that bunch. Two riders throwing the bike up the line. Look like Dexter Leeming Sykes and Oliver Akers challenging for the win. Guy Drabble will do well to get better than fourth, I think. Let's wait for confirmation of that result. Well, 21 laps of racing, and it came down to that lunge for the line. And I think it was Dexter Leeming Sykes who well topped the edge, who just got there ahead of Oliver Akers. And did Max Krasinski get his wheel ahead of Guy Drabble for third? Yes, he did. All riders sprint for the line. All finish, of course, on the same lap as the leading rider. Oliver Akers putting in a fast lap. And that's a lunge for the second place on the line. 1:33.973 was his final lap time. But Dexter Leeming Sykes, I think, is going to be confirmed as your winner of the second, third and fourth category support race for World Top the Edge. Still they come. 64 riders took the start. And a real battle for honours. And it all came down to that final lap. Great move from Guy Drabble, but he couldn't quite sustain it to the line. And overhauled by Dexter Leeming Sykes, Oliver Akers and Max Krasinski in that order for the 1, 2, 3. Drabble will settle for fourth. Well, maybe he won't settle, but that's where he finishes. Alex Galpin for fifth. Edward Ray in sixth. And then William Abbott, Jake Jackson, Alfie Speck and Robert Gray round out your top 10. Just the odd rider still to come across the line. Crowd increasing in number minute by minute. And let's show you the results of that race. Dexter Leeming Sykes, the race winner. Race time of 36 minutes 42.422. Oliver Akers second for the Zappi Junior race team. Max Krasinski in third for Prologue Racing. Guy Drabble fourth for Ribble Recharge and Alex Galpin in fifth place for the Bourne Wheelers. All those riders finishing in pretty much the same time, no discernible gap between them. But Dexter Leeming Sykes had the best position across the line. Edward Ray in sixth place for the Arc Cycles. William Abbott for In Flight in seventh. Jake Jackson for Rose Race Team eighth. And ninth place for Alfie Speck of Elmore Factory Racing. And 10th place for Robert Gray of York Cycle Works. Well, what a great race and what a great victory for Dexter Leeming Sykes. So we're getting ourselves ready for the first of our two Elite Circuit Series races here this evening. That'll be next on the road in just under 7 minutes' time. The riders will be brought to the line in what we call a gridded order, in the order of the national standings, or a little bit of mono-cycling going on there. You could have ridden the whole race on a unicycle. Emulating the logo used for the Barnsley Town Centre races there, actually. See what I mean? There you go, another unicyclist So let's look forward to the upcoming race. It is round 3 of the British Cycling Women's Circuit Series for 2022. And after the first 2 rounds of racing, Aluna King is the series leader with 54 points for Le Col Wahoo. Flora Perkins second, also for Le Col Wahoo, with 48 points. Amira Mella in third place for Spectral Wiggle, presented by Vitas, with 42 points. Isabel Darville is fourth for Pronoxis Rotor Ridgely Bikes, presented by Heidi Kieson, with 36 points scored. And fifth place is Grace Lister for Brother UK Orientation Marketing with 32. Charlotte Broughton, winner of the Otley Grand Prix. First round for Awol O'Shea, not scored since that point, so she is 6th overall in the standings at the moment. As I mentioned, the most recent round of racing was in Ilkley a couple of weeks ago. The Ilkley Cinema Women's Grand Prix. Aluna King taking the win ahead of former national champion Joe Tindley of Pro Noctis. Flora Perkins finished 3rd in Ilkley, with Amira Miller 4th, Isabel Darville 5th, and Grace Lister. Riders look out for, always look out for, Sammy Stewart of Cams Basso. Took the Combativity Award on stage 2 of the Women's Tour just a few weeks ago after a great round of racing in the Tour Series. So Sammy Stewart, great road and criterium rider. Be interesting to see if she takes the start this evening for Cams Basso. And 8th overall in the Ilkley race was Lucy Elmore from Pro Noctis. So that's the way the racing played out in Ilkley a couple of weeks ago. I'm just about to have pressed into my hot little hand the up-to-date start list for this evening's action here in Barnsley. So we'll look down at the names who are lined up for this evening's race and see where those favourites have got an opportunity to add to their current point scores. Well, I think we're going to have the prize presentation for the support race. Bob Howden, President of British Cycling, will be doing the honours. So let's bring you the audio from the podium.
Presenting the prizes in our sixth and fourth category race, it should be above Howden OBE, and we are going to bring our top 3 riders to the stage. Please welcome, we are going to bring to the stage, taking 3rd place, Max Krasinski. To the stage, taking 3rd place, Max Krasinski. So Max for the Prologue Racing team taking 3rd place and the handshake. So Max for the Prologue Racing. This is the result. The rider and the handshake. In the sprint. This is the result. Taking 2nd place. In the sprint. Holly Akers. Taking 2nd place. So Ollie from the Zappies Racing Team just being picked by the man who takes race victory. But you has got an amazing race and a fantastic finish for your race or winner from the World Cup Racing. Dexter leaving sight for your race or winner from the World Cup Racing. Dexter leaving sight. So Dexter taking the trophy, the champagne. We're going to bring the race up to the front of the stage.
Photo first, then the champagne.
I nearly got done there.
No, flowers as well, yeah. Flowers.
Super fast, Larry.
Yeah.
So whilst we get the media pictures done, our women's race field are going out with one sighting lap. We'll be bringing them back round and holding them at the line. In the meantime, of course, it's time for these huge magnums of champagne. There's going to be plenty to drink after they pop the corks.
Well, champagne time on the podium for the riders in our support race. And the winner, as befits the status of a winning rider, being drowned by his colleagues on the podium there. But it was a great win. Well taken by the rider from the World Top Active Race Team, Dexter Leeming Sykes. the man in the centre of your picture. Great effort by Ollie Akers from Zappi Junior Race Team in second place. And a great ride also from the prologue rider, Max Krasinski, finishing in third spot. So our attention will turn now as the President of British Cycling tidies up the podium. Deftly aimed kick there. We'll turn to round 3 of the Women's Elite Road Circuit Series for 2022. So we have 61 starters ready to roll for this third round of the series. So the riders will be brought to the start line in the order of the standings we showed you a few moments ago, assuming they are here. Just looking down to see if Aluna King is taking the start. Well, it looks as though Aluna King is not with us this evening, so we might see a new leader at the end of racing here in Barnsley this evening, with still 2 rounds to go after this one. In fact, my apologies for the women's racing. It's just 1 round to go in Newark, the end of July. We need to persuade the organisers of the Cone races in Lancashire to promote around the women's circuit series as well, and then they'd have the full complement. Well, we've got our national champion though. This is a rider who took this title on the streets of Kirkcudbright in Scotland just over a month ago. The national champion wearing that national champion jersey, Josie Nelson from Team Carb High-Tech Products. So she fittingly is the rider who comes forward onto the front row of the start grid. Isabel Darville of Pro Noctis in the red jersey. Just before her was the Spectral Wiggle rider Amira Meller. And that's Jo Tinley. Jo Tinley is the former national champion. She took the title on her home roads in Lincoln in October 2021. And was unable to actually defend that jersey against the power of Josie Nelson up in Kirkcudbright. Jo Tinley finishing in 7th place, if memory serves me correctly, in the national titles just a few short weeks ago. So with the gridded riders on the front row, everyone else surges forward to take up their position as well. Otley jersey well to the fore on that row as well. That's Robin Clay, the daughter of Johnny Clay, former professional rider and former director of road events of British cycling. And Robin rode particularly well a fortnight ago in the Women's Stockton Grand Prix. She rode very powerfully in breakaway move in that race in the early stages of the race in a very damp morning in Stockton. The sun's shining here on the streets of Barnsley, and we're just a few moments away from the start of round 3 of the Women's Circuit Series for 2022. 50 minutes of racing. I mentioned Sammy Stewart, a rider to keep your eye on. She got 2 Tour Series round wins. She won fastest lap on a couple of occasions. She was pressing Jo Tinley very hard for win in the sprints competition as well. And so well did she ride that she was immediately signed up by the team of Cams Basso. Less than a week later, she was on the start line of the Women's Tour. And only 2 days into that race, she was taking the Combativity Award for going on the attack on stage 2 of the Women's Tour. So Sammy Stewart having a golden period in her cycle racing at the moment. And she rides race number 23 this evening for the team of Cams Basso. That's a team in the yellowy, green and red colours. But it's Pro Noctis who come to the front. Well, Pro Noctis team who took out overall team victory in the Tour Series for 2022. Dominating the series from the opening round, really. Very consistent scoring. Jo Tinley, rider who really does love criterium racing, and it was a very proud moment indeed for her when she took the national title in October last year on her home roads in Lincoln. I'm surprised if it's Tinley who's come to the front here. Looks very much like the compact figure of Jo Tinley. Those dark glasses just shielding her eyes against the late evening sunshine. And, well, the gap has opened very quickly here. Approaching the line at the end of the opening lap. And it's Pronoxis Red Chili presented by Heidi Kieson. Coming to the line. And across we go. And indeed it is Jo Tinley. I thought I recognised the distinctive riding style of the former national champion. Rest of the race surges across the line in pursuit. Tinley's advantage at the end of the opening lap, 4.3 seconds. Pronoxis, who have got officially the longest name in the world of women's cycling in Great Britain at the moment. So the full team name is Pronoxis Rota Redgley Bikes, presented by Heidi Kieson. But I'm sure Rick Lister and the rest of the team will forgive us if we occasionally have to abbreviate it slightly when we're in the thick of commentary. But all of those companies making this team possible to get on the road. And it's great to see women's cycling on a real high at the moment, both in the road series and the circuit race series as well. Next round of the Women's Road Series takes place in Lancaster this coming weekend, along with the next round of the Men's Road Series. Promises to be a very hot day in the saddle on Sunday as we move into heat wave territory. Temperature here in Barnsley has just dropped a degree from earlier in the evening. It's 18 degrees according to our computer at the moment. Sun was late arriving on the scene, but been out since the first of the youth races. Still the wind a feature though. You can see, if we catch a glimpse of the trees or the bunting around the circuit, that it's still blowing quite strongly. You know, we hear it on our effects microphones as well. Tinley looks behind. Cams Basso lead the chase. Samantha Fawcett for Spectral Wiggle, but it's Sammy Stewart of Cams Basso. Rider who spends her working life also as a professional firefighter. And like a lot of riders in the women's peloton, has to hold down a day job as well as riding a bike at every potential opportunity. But of course, Cams Basso's sweeping her up and really moving her racing up a level at the end of a great tour series for her. Sammy Stewart's a real speed rider as well. She took at least 2, maybe 3 fastest laps during the course of the rounds of the tour series at the end of May. She's the rider in second place here. See the Lacole Wahoo jersey a little bit further down the line. That's that powder blue and pink. And it looks like just one representative of Lacole Wahoo on the start list this evening. And that's Maria Apollonia Vantengloof, who rode the women's tour for the team of Lacole Wahoo. Cams Basso take up the head of the race. 5 minutes into it. Just looking down who's got the fastest lap so far. That was Lee Boone of Torelli Cayman Islands Scimitar. Well, Lee Boone had a great ride in the second round of the series. And took a great third place finish in the Stockton Grand Prix as well. And there is the aforementioned rider from Lacole Wahoo, just moving up on the left-hand side of the road. Right-hand side, obviously, on the racing line. Left-hand side, as you look at your picture. See the gaps beginning to open. Amira Mellor for Spectral Wiggle. In the gap there is Rick Lister, the director sportif of Pro Noctis, just shouting instructions to his riders as they go through. Further down the field, life is already proving to be quite hard, with such as the pace being set at the head of the race. And the rider who has come to the front and absolutely set fire to the raids of Barnsley is Robin Clay, riding for the Otley CC. As I mentioned in our introduction of the riders, she is the daughter of Johnny Clay. Johnny, former professional rider, of course. And Robin Clay, a really good prospect indeed. Leaning into that right-hander by the interchange. The bunch lined out in pursuit of Clay. It's Nicole Wahoo in second spot here, as Vanton Gloof takes on board some hydration. Gaps have closed a little bit, but that big dig put in by Clay. More riders chasing hard further back down the course. Well, Robin Clay's been on the front pretty much the whole of this lap so far. Riders behind content to leave her there, I think, at the moment. Might see a flick of the elbow in a moment. See if she can persuade someone else to come through. Lots of looking behind. Tinley reaches down for a bottle. Little gap to the Spectral Wiggle rider chasing. So Maria Vanton Gloof of the Colway, who was second across the line behind Robin Clay. Just small gaps amongst the various groups that make up the head of the race at the moment. Sam Fawcett in third place for Spectral Wiggle through the line from Joe Tinley, who saw just reaching down for her bidon. She came through, bidon being the French for water bottle, in case you're wondering. Emma Jeffers just behind Tinley. Emma Jeffers with a great win in the final round of the Tour Series in Manchester. And Lee Boone, that third place finisher in the Women's Stockton Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago, was sixth from Sophie Enever of Alba Development Racing Team. Josie Nelson, the national champion for Team Co-op High-Tech Products, went through the line 8th last time, with Beth Morrow of Cams Basso 9th and Zan Crease from Spectral Wiggle in 10th place. Sammy Stewart just dropping outside the top 10 in 11th spot that time. Still Robin Clay on the front for the Otley CC. Still Vanton Gloof in second wheel. And now the Lacole Wahoo rider comes to the front. Of course, it's her teammate Lynn King who is the current series leader, but King not starting this evening. So Vanton Gloof, the sole representative of Lacole Wahoo in the race here at the moment. Through the line we go to complete another lap. Maria Vanton Gloof, Dutch rider, 25 years of age. She was 13th in the women's Paris-Roubaix last year. And is a rider who's finished in the top 10 in the European Junior Rodeo Championships back at the beginning of her career, back in 2014. There she is, second wheel, the colours of Lacole Wahoo. So Beth Morrow has taken up the head of the race for Cams Basso from Sam Fawcett. Robin Clay down to third now. Vanton Gloof in fourth place for Lacole Wahoo and fifth place for Joe Tinley of Pro Noctis. Beth Morrow 5th in the Women's Lincoln Grand Prix this year. Rider who hails from Scotland, in fact finished in 3rd spot in the Scottish Road Race titles last year. And a strong time trialist too, taking a top 10 finish in the Women's Under-23 time trial titles in Lincoln in 2021. That's Beth Morrow, the rider who just led through the line. But it's all changed once again. See the national champion jersey of Josie Nelson there. Nelson taking that title just about 3 weeks ago on the streets of Kirkcudbright in Dumfries and Galloway in Scotland. Josie Nelson, one of those riders who really does excel in every possible discipline. Former World Junior Cyclo-Cross top 10 finish for her in 2020. Still just 20 years of age, Josie Nelson. Former British Junior Cyclo-Cross champion in 2019. And she's got a couple of good top 20 finishes in the Baloise Ladies Tour in 2021, but it's Van den Kloof once again back on the front of the race for the team of Nicole Wahoo, beginning to apply the pressure, and the gap's beginning to open. Six laps completed so far. The national champion with that red and blue stripe around the centre of her jersey, denoting she is the current women's national champion for the criterium discipline. When you, of course, you're a national champion, you can only ride the national champion jersey of the discipline in which you are that champion. So she only gets to wear that in criterium races such as this one. So through the line once again, Sammy Stewart on the front for Cams Basso. Well, we've had a comment from a viewer who's enjoying the coverage here in Barnsley this evening, and her 14-year-old daughter, Georgia, has just completed an episode of her podcast, Cycling Talk podcast, in which she interviewed Sammy Stewart. And Sammy Stewart, really a great rider. She also interviewed lots of other riders competing in both the women's and the men's races. So well done to Georgia and her Cycling Talk podcast. Let's try and tune into that. Just 14 years of age, so a good future in the world of cycling journalism, I think. Meanwhile, back in the action. Apologies for the imposition of a black border around your picture. Our technical gurus are working hard to resolve that problem for you. Don't spoil your enjoyment of the racing. Emma Jeffers on the front for JRC Interflon. Sister of Cameron Jeffers. Two very talented bike riders. Emma, as many of the riders we've mentioned already, had a great tour series this year. But it's Cams Basso and Nicole Wahoo who are still on the front. Let me just remind you once again of the current National Series standings as the riders go through. And just check out those riders who are on the front. Emma Jeffers, well, she's lying 9th at the moment. Luna King not participating this evening, so she won't add to those 54 points that she has got. In fact, of the top placed riders, I think Amira Meller is probably the one who's most likely to profit this evening. Just checking down my latest start list. Let's see if Amira Miller has actually taken the start. Yes, she has. We're in race number 5, so she's got 42 points. You get 30 points for a round win. So that's the battle being played out in the National Series. Back live with pictures on our finish line. having dispatched the errant black border into the ether. Back to full screen glory. 8 laps completed so far. Well, Maria van der Gloof, the rider on the team of Le Col Wahoo, is certainly making sure that she stays there or thereabouts at the head of the race. Cams Basso still very active as well, with Sammy Stewart, and Pro Noxus with Joe Tinley. And of course Josie Nelson in her national champions jersey for the team of Co-op High-Tech Products. 16.5 minutes of racing since they departed from the start line. Pace has relinquished a little bit as Van den Gloof looks around, conscious she doesn't want to be making all the effort at this stage of the race. Need to make sure you save some reserves. Just saw a sight of a Story Racing rider a little bit further down the field there. Of course, Story Racing, the team put together by Dame Sarah Story, our most successful paracyclist and Paralympian in history. Although Dame Sarah's not riding this evening, but she's got Kinga Ingram and Rebecca Richards flying the flag for Story Racing. Again, the gaps further down the field, but at the front of the race, still all bunched together. Sammy Stewart, Joe Tinley, Robin Clay still well placed there for Otley CC. Van den Gloof for Le Col Wahoo, Jeffers for JRC Interflom, Zancrease for Spectra Wiggle, Josie Nelson for Team Co-op High-Tech Products, Sophie Enover for Alba Development Race Team, and Lee Boom for Trolley Cayman Islands Scimitar. See Lucy Elmore for Pro Noctis, also riding well this evening. Just a little bit off the pace at the moment, just about a couple of seconds behind the leader, but that's just where she is in terms of the group. It's quite a sizable group still at the head of the race. As you watch number 41, Chloe Vickers, weave her way through there for Loughborough Lightning. Well, Loughborough Lightning still lacking their great sprinter Francesca Hall, who during the aforementioned National Circuit Race Championships in Kakubri had the misfortune to crash on a very tight corner, and as far as I'm aware she broke her wrist on that occasion, so we wish Frankie Hall the best for a speedy recovery. Rider who loves criterium racing. Rode really well in the round in Sunderland, finishing just second to Sammy Stewart and just ahead of Suzette Guerini in that round of the Tour Series. And it'd be good to see Frankie Hall back in the saddle for Loughborough Lightning when she's recovered from her injuries from the national titles. So Robin Clay on the right-hand side of your picture, left-hand side of the road. Pro Noctis jersey on the front there is Joe Tinley. In fact, Pro Noctis pushing quite a few riders towards the front. Well, if you're a keen follower of the Tour Series, you know that is a unique format of racing. It's a team-based event where the position of your best 4 riders counts. That's not the situation in the British Cycling National Circuit Series. It's all about individual honours. But when a team is so accustomed to riding together as a team, it's difficult to shake that habit. And that's exactly what Pro Noctis are doing here, pushing all the riders towards the front. But of course, weight of numbers at the front of the bunch will just give you more opportunity to take a victory. The more riders you have at the front, the more chance you've got of taking the win. Simple, really. Purple colours of Loughborough Lightning, front of that bunch. Little gap then. That's Lucy Elmore, who I mentioned a few moments ago. Ran that corner for Pro Noctis as well. Lucy picked up a good 3rd place in a round of the Tour Series as well. Accelerating once again. Past the front of the interchange. The pale blue colours you're looking at on the right-hand side of your picture belong to the riders from the St Piran Women's Racing Team. Just 2 of them taking the start this evening, Emily Chilton and Sophie Earle. Once again, it is Pro Noctis on the front. That's second wheel for the team of Brother UK. Through the line we go. Lucy Elmore from Robin Clay, from Maria Vantengloof, Josie Nelson, Emma Jeffers, Jo Tinley, Lee Boone, Sam Fawcett and Zan Crease, with Sammy Stewart rounding out the top 10. 2 seconds then to Sophie Enever in 11th place for the Alba Development Racing team. Well, Alba Development had to withdraw their team from the Women's Stockton Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. One of the team members came down with the dreaded COVID. So with an abundance of caution, the whole team were withdrawn. But I could see them back racing again now. Again, a little gap opens at the head of the race. We're approaching the halfway point with just about 22 minutes of racing completed. We're on the cobble section before making that right-hander by the interchange. Looks like Robin Clay first off that corner with Vantengloof on a wheel. Clay reaches down to take a gulp of energy drink. Or maybe just plain water, whatever she got in her bead on. Keeping well hydrated. Still 18 degrees out on the circuit here. Sun gradually will disappear behind the buildings. Just on 5 minutes to 8 on this Friday evening. If you have just joined us here on a live stream from Velo 29 Cycling Events, this is coverage of round number 3 of the British Cycling Women's Circuit Series for 2022. We're live on the roads of Barnsley this evening. And the 61 riders who took the start in this race have been racing for just over 22.5 minutes. The downhill section here, fastest part of the course. Now swing to the left and then immediately to the right. And as they go around that corner, just another chance for you to take a quick look at the circuit as the riders continue to power around. And you see that run down past the bar and grill by the big number 2, which is where the gathering point was for the riders to enter onto the circuit. Which takes them eventually to that cobble section that brings them out by the interchange, and then they run along past the library, and then that swing around back onto the finishing straight. So that's the way the circuit looks. This is the way it looks in real life as we go back to our live pictures. As the riders come through the finish line. Josie Nelson, the national champion, on the front for Team Co-op High-Tech Products. Last time through. There she is in the middle of your picture. Vantengloof has taken up the lead once again for Lacole Wahoo. Sammy Stewart ominously placed her in second for Cams Basso. Well, it's great to watch Sammy Stewart absolutely come into the top form of her life during the Tour Series. And we were speculating at the time it wouldn't be very long before she was swept up by one of the big women's teams, but none of us quite thought it would be quite as quick as it was, because Cams Basso pounced, signed Sammy Stewart just in time to ride the Women's Tour. It's a rider who's always got a big smile on her face. She really does love her bike racing. And it was great to see her take that Combativity prize on stage 2 of the Women's Tour this year. She instigated a breakaway move in the closing stage of the race, and for a time she held off the best riders in the world. Back onto the cobbles we go. The change of surface that bring them back onto the tarmac here by the interchange. Once again it's Robin Clay, never been far from the front, the rider from the Otley CC. Well, of course, Otley home of round 1 of the Circuit Series this year. In fact, it's pretty much the traditional opening round of the series every year. And it was Charlotte Broughton who was the winner in Otley this year, from Jenny Hull, Tekker's second. Emma Jeffers finished third in Otley. Well, I know Charlotte Broughton is on the start list for the Women's Lancaster Grand Prix this coming Sunday, so it looks like she's taking a rest from criterium racing this evening. She's got two AWOL O'Shea riders, Olivia Bent and Phoebe Martin. Similarly, Jenny Hull not involved in the action here this evening for Tekkers. So the rider who was best placed in Otley, who is on the roads of Barnsley this evening, is Emma Jeffers from JRC Interflon. She's a junior rider, so one of the younger members of the peloton, and she was race number 32. And last time through the line, she was third place, just behind Van den Gloof of Lacol Wahoo and Nelson, the national champion from Team Co-op High-Tech Products. Approaching the half-hour mark shortly. Remember, we've also got the men's race up and coming at 8:30. Hopefully without similar controversy that enveloped the final sprint in the race in Ilkley. More of that a little bit later. Concentrate our attention fully on the women's race here, because it really is bringing up to be a very exciting race indeed. No one gained any advantage in this leading group. Plenty of different names on the front. Josie Nelson once again flying the flag in that national champion jersey for the team of Co-op High-Tech Products. But even Nelson can't force herself clear of the other riders who are sticking all over the wheel. Anyone tries to go off the front, there's an immediate response. Here we see the next move, this time from Cams Basso, choosing to attack on the climb. Some of the back markers being pushed over here as our leading riders come round. Nelson second wheel, Sammy Stewart on the front for Cams Basso. Well, Sammy Stewart loves bike riding, and she loves her bike as well. In fact, on the several occasions she took the fastest lap prize during the course of the Tour Series. She asked if she could take her bike onto the podium when she received her prize for the fastest lap winner. To which we, of course, said, yes, of course you can. Much to the delight of the crowd as well. A real character is Sammy Stewart. And she really is making good running in the race here this evening for the team of Cams Basso. There she is in the front. Into that corner. Gaps beginning to become more noticeable in this leading group now. Robin Clay trying to close it down. Speeding down the cobbles sector. Some more back markers about to be swept up here by the leading group, I think. That's how hard life can be at the back of a race like this one. And those riders will swing over to the side to allow the leaders through. They're onto the climb once again towards the finish line. Robin Clay has re-established a position at the front of that leading group. Loughborough Lightning jersey at the front as well. In fact, the Loughborough rider has been caught and passed by the leaders. She is a lapped rider, Robin Clay. Officially the first rider across the line at the end of lap number 16. Total race duration of 50 minutes, so there's still 20 minutes to go. Lap board will be shown to the riders in the closing stages. So Robin Clay, Joe Tinley up to second for Pro Noctis. Emma Jeffers still there in well placed for JRC Interflon. Sammy Stewart was down to 4th place across the line that time, with Maria Apollonia Vataglou for Nicole Wahoo in 5th, and Josie Nelson, who's been putting in some fast laps. Josie Nelson, 146.157, is one of the fastest laps we have seen around this Barnsley circuit in this women's race so far this evening for the national champion. Well, Nelson likes a technical course. It was a very technical course where she took that title in Kirkcudbright up in Scotland just a few short weeks ago. Plenty of twists and turns on that one. And some cobbles as well. Robin Clay once again at the head of the lead group. Pro Noxus Nicole Wahoo and Cams Basso notable around the Otley jersey of Robin Clay. So that pretty much is the race at the moment. Most of the other riders have been left behind by this fast-moving lead group. There's another group about to lose a lap here as the leaders come towards us once again. The end of lap 17. Beth Morrow this time on the front for Cams Basso, followed by Jo Tinley and Josie Nelson. Jo Tinley has had a really good career racing criteriums. She was one of the first riders to figure in the racing that preceded the Women's Tour Series, in fact, the Health Tech Women's Grand Prix that started in Stoke-on-Trent. And she was one of the early winners of those competitions as well. Strong on the road, but I think if you were to force her to choose, her preference is for the tight city centre circuit races, which she is, of course, a former national champion. And she is there or thereabouts at the head of the race at the moment. Jo Tinley for Pro Noxus Rotor Red Chili Bikes, presented by Heidi Kaysen. Swinging out of the end of the cobble sector, past the interchange come our leading riders once more, lining it out. Pace being lifted once more. National champion, resplendent in that stripy jersey for Josie Nelson. In about 5th wheel here, in the middle of your picture with the white jersey. You can't see the red and blue stripes. A little bit further down that denote that is the national champion jersey. Van den Gloof has been in this leading group and driving it almost the whole race long so far. He has got strength to spare, Van den Gloof. Watching the riders coming back towards the finish line. Picture both from our static camera and our TV motorbike camera as well. Showing you pretty much the same thing, which is Beth Morrow from Jo Tinley, from Van den Gloof, from Jeffers, from Nelson. 18 laps gone now. Robin Clay gulps down some more much needed hydration. Still hear the wind on our effects microphones, but it doesn't look quite as strong as it was earlier in the evening. But it certainly is still a factor. And you can see the trees still got quite a move on them in the background. Van den Gloof hails from the Netherlands, so she's pretty familiar with riding in strong winds. Crosswinds, of course. Very flat roads of Holland. But it's the undulating terrain of Barnsley that is proving to be successful for Maria Apollonia Van den Gloof at the moment. The rider in the powder blue and pink colours, front of the race. Can she take what would be, to the best of my knowledge, her first criterium victory in Great Britain? Josie Nelson's turn for a little bit of lubrication from her water bottle. These riders will be glad that the upcoming really warm weather is still a couple of days away. If they were racing around this circuit at the speed they're going in temperatures of 30+ degrees, it really would be a trial. And the liquid consumption will be considerably higher. 7 laps to go. Still Robin Clay, still Josie Nelson, still Joe Tinley, still Maria van den Gloof. Unchanged, that leading group. Just the order gets juggled each time through the line. It's Tinley's turn to cross the line first that time. From Clay, from Samantha Fawcett moves up for Spectral Wiggle. Maria van den Gloof was 4th, then Sophie Enever 5th from Josie Nelson in 6th. Emma Jeffers 7th. And Lee Boone in 8th. There are 14 riders in that leading group altogether, and then a gap of 21 seconds to the next best placed rider on the road, who is currently Amy Gornall of Pro Noctis Red Chili, riding in 15th place. Well, Tinley, once again, putting in a little move here, trying to dislodge herself from the attentions of the rest of that leading group. But again, proven to be an attack in vain, because very quickly brought back into the fold. So there'll be 6 to go on the line this time. Here they come. About to lap one of the St Piran Women's Racing Team riders. Still Tinley from Sam Fawcett from Josie Nelson, the 1, 2, 3. Well, if weight of numbers were the determining factor in winning this race, Pro Noctis Red Chili would be well placed. We've seen both Sam Fawcett of Spectral Wiggle and Robin Clay of Otley CC, both lone representatives. Well, in fact, Spectral Wiggle have got Zan Crease in there as well, so 2 Spectral Wiggle riders. But Robin Clay on her own for Otley CC, but she's unbowed by the pressure that keeps being applied by Pro Noctis. Beth Morrow and Sammy Stewart a little further down the field than in previous laps. Still Van den Gloof, though, looked like 2nd place as they came down that little descent there a few moments ago. Heading off the cobbles once more, but still Pro Noctis at the head of the race. Like an Army Cycling Union jersey about to be lapped by the lead group as well. Pale blue colours on the front of this group for JLC Interflon. That's Emma Jeffers is doing a great ride, and Alba Development as well coming through here. Well, the Alba Development rider is Sophie Enever. Well, Alba Development had a great tour series as well, finishing high up the standings. Sophie Enever, strong rider indeed. But look at all those Pro Noctis jerseys around her. "12 seconds the advantage ahead of the Amy Gornall chase group, Seems to be a chase group of 1 actually, looking at the current situation in the race. So going all 12 seconds detached from the back of this group, and everyone else a lap behind as the leaders surge once again around this left-hander followed by the right-hander. Spectral wiggle at the back for Amira Mella. This is the battle for the minor placings being played out further down the field. But we're concentrating our attention at the front of the race here. Riders will have 5 laps to go when they come to the line this time. Once again, it's Pro Noctis pushing hard with the blue jersey of the rider from JRC Interflon, Emma Jeff, is just behind. Well, this climb figures each lap around this circuit. We've been racing for just over 41 minutes now. And here come the lead group once more. About to head through the line with 4 laps remaining. That looks like Lucy Elmore on the front that time, with Emma Jeffers just behind. Well, Jeffers is the real threat here for JRC Interflon. I've mentioned some of her great performances so far this year already. No more so, of course, than that great 3rd place behind Broughton and Hall in Otley in round 1 of the series. Remember, Jeffers is still a junior rider, so she's contesting this race on restricted gears compared to the senior riders, but it's not slowing her down at all. Barnsley traffic lights getting a little brighter as the evening wears on. 16 minutes past 8 now. The men's race is scheduled to start at 8:30, round 3 of the men's circuit series for 2022. But this women's race building towards a really exciting climax. And still no quarter being given in this leading group. 14 riders strong. Well, Josie Nelson, this is her first opportunity to take a win in that national champions jersey. Cycling folklore would suggest wearing a national champions jersey, or indeed any champion jersey, gives you an extra couple of watts of power when you need it. It's a nice theory. But Josie Nelson is amongst a very select group of riders here, all of whom are capable of taking out the victory here in Barnsley. 3 laps to go when we come to the line this time. Up the line towards completion of lap number 23. Lucy Elmore from Emma Jeffers from Maria Apollonia Vantengloof was the order through the line that time. You can see the gap then to that group further behind. Amy Gornall is clawing her way back to this leading group. A deficit of 12 seconds has been reduced now down to 8 seconds, so it's a valiant fight going on from Amy Gornall of Pro Noctis. She knows she's got strength in depth in terms of teammates in this leading group, but another one wouldn't do any harm. Lucy Elmore was the first rider through the line with 23 laps completed. It'll be 2 to go on the line next time. That group's still locked together. Again, some back markers to pick the way through. Leaders just behind these 3 lagging riders. Well, they'll all be itching to take the win here, with just 1 round of the women's series to go in Newark at the end of July. Josie Nelson inspired equally, of course, by wearing the national champion jersey. Jo Tinley always wants to win, former national champion herself, and will always fight to the very last opportunity to try and get victory. She was the overall sprints winner in the Tour Series this year, was Jo Tinley, not for the first time. So 2 laps to go. This race sponsored by Schwalbe tyres. See the branding in the background there. And it's all about turning those tyres and the wheels they are attached to as quickly as possible over these last 2 laps. So Vanton Gloof for Le Col Wahoo was on the front ahead of Enova for Alba Development, and Joe Tinley up to 3rd place. Emma Jeffers 4th for JRC Interflon, and Zhang Kreese well placed for Spectral Wiggle in 5th. Josie Nelson, national champion, in 6th place. And don't rule out Robin Clay, who once again has come to the front for the Otley CC. Well, she has got cycling in her genes. Of course, Father John Clay, great rider in his time. And Robin Clay really is riding extremely well this year for the Otley CC. On her own pretty much, no teammates around her to support her or to help her in the effort, but she has got power to spare here as Robin Clay. Remember, the finish line is uphill here in Barnsley, so it's all about timing your attack. If this group stay together, we're looking at a sizable bunch sprint. Well, Joe Tinley, certainly a rider you would suspect might be a good one for that one. Maria Vanton Gloof, bit of an unknown quantity in criterium racing. Of course, a cyclocross champion. No mud involved here, though. Sammy Stewart still loitering around the outside of this group. I'd love to add another victory to her impressive list of wins this year. Be 1 lap to go on the bell this time. Final lap of the Women's Grand Prix, part of the British Cycling National Circuit Series here in Barnsley. And here we come. Who's going to have the honour of leading them across the line with a lap to go? Well, is it an honour or is it an unfortunate place to be? Because there are other riders that are benefiting from her slipstream at the moment. Sophie Enner of the Alba Development Racing Team. But look at Vanton Gloof here. The Dutch rider is poised for the attack, I'm sure. Pro Nox is starting to marshal forces towards the front. Where comes Basso? Comes Basso trapped further down the line here. Pro Noctis with Lucy Elmore and Joe Tinley to the fore here. And Pro Noctis take up the lead. Vanton Gloof still second wheel. But it's Pro Noctis driving hard here. Lucy Elmore. Final downhill run on this fastest section of the course before that quick left and right hand turn. Look at the national champion, Josie Nelson, well placed here. Tinley, the second of the Pro Noctis riders, with still Elmore on the front. Is this a great lead out here from Lucy Elmore? Is she looking for the victory? She's certainly capable of it. Out of the saddle, looks over her shoulder. Vanton Gloof is looming large in the virtual rear view mirror here for Lucy Elmore. Vanton Gloof begins to make a move here on the left-hand side. Maria Vanton Gloof from the team of Le Col Wahoo. Can she continue the winning streak for the Le Col Wahoo riders? Getting into the final part of the course, they'll head into the twists and turns that will take them up to the finish line. Vanton Gloof onto the climb for the last time, out of the saddle. Maria Vanton Gloof from Le Col Wahoo is powering up this climb. Here she comes around the corner. She's still on the front for Le Col Wahoo, being pressed hard as it comes to the line. Can they take it? No, Jersey Interflon. Emma Jeffers comes through. The junior rider, Emma Jeffers. She left her charge for the line to the absolute perfect moment. And she came over the top of Maria Apollonia Vanton Gloof to take the victory. Well, Vanton Gloof put in a lot of effort on that last lap. But Emma Jeffers came around the left-hand side. Congratulated, rightly so, by Joe Tinley. Emma Jeffers, still a junior, has taken victory in round 3 of the British Cycling Circuit Race Series here in Barnsley, beating Maria Apollonia Vanton Gloof into second place, Joe Tinley for third, Josie Nelson fourth, Sophie Ennever in 5th place, Beth Morrow for 6th, 7th for Lee Boone of Tiroli Cayman Islands, 8th place for Robin Clay of Otley CC, 9th for Sammy Stewart, and 10th for Lucy Elmore. Elmore just blown away in that final run to the line. But you're looking at the face of your winning rider for the team of JRC Interflon Race Team. Emma Jeffers takes victory in round 3 of the Circuit Series. Well, race time of 49 minutes 35 seconds. Can't get much closer to 50 minutes than that, can you? So a lap of warm down celebration for Emma Jeffers. And here is the result for you. Emma Jeffers, look at the speed on that last lap. She absolutely blitzed it on that final run to the line. 1:39.803. Highlighting that fast lap for Emma Jeffers. Maria Apollonia van der Gloefer, second. Third place for Jo Tinley. Fourth for Josie Nelson. Fifth for Sophie Enever. Sixth for Beth Morrow. Seventh for Lee Boone. Eighth for Robin Clay. Ninth for Sammy Stewart. And 10th for Lucy Elmore. So there were the top three. Your race winner on the right of your picture, Emma Jeffers. Second place, just demonstrating how the sprint didn't quite work out for Maria van der Gloef. And on the left-hand side of your picture, third place for Jo Tinley of Pro Noctis Rota Red Bikes, presented by Heidi Kaysen. So 5 minutes away from the scheduled start of the men's race. Not sure if our podium for the women's race will be taking place before that men's race. Don't have a detailed schedule for the evening in terms of the presentations. Of course, the series leader will also be celebrated. Was Luna King going into the racing here this evening? Well, that's the start list for the men's race, which we'll look at a little bit later. What I actually wanted to show you was the standings. After that was the result of the race at Ilkley a couple of weeks ago. And the overall standings in the competition were Luna King on 54. Let's look down for the best place rider here this evening. Emma Jeffers on 26. She'll get 30 points tonight. That'll give her 56 points. Will that be enough to overhaul Tinley on 29? She was third, so it'll go to count back. But another great performance from Lacole Wahoo. So the Schwalbe Tyres sponsored Women's Grand Prix. There's much running around going on the podium at the moment. So it looks like we're going to bring you the podium presentation for the Schwalbe Tyres Barnsley Grand Prix women's race before we bring the men's race on to the circuit. So next up will be the men's race in terms of race action, the final race of the night. Again, run off over 50 minutes. Scheduled to start at 8:30. Should just finish in the daylight. Just about. Well, it looks like our officials are attempting to gather together the riders required for the podium presentation. If we do get that before the men's race starts, we will bring you the opportunity to hear that take place. Well, I'm actually hearing in the background that it's likely that the men's race may start before the women's podium takes place. That's very unofficial. I'm listening to our background audio here. But while we wait to see what actually is going to happen, let me bring you up to speed on the situation in the men's national series. Again, it's round number 3 for the men, and the overall standings in that competition. Well, Sam Watson, winner at Ilkley in slightly controversial circumstances. All in up for Sam Watson, but more about that in a moment. Sam Watson on 56 points. Jacob Scott winner of the Stockton Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago for a WIV Sungod on 50 points. In second place, Jim Brown, who is having a great year of racing, also for WIV Sungod with 46 points. Oliver Rees for Trinity Road Racing on 46. Callum Thornley, 5th spot on wheelbase. Camtech Castelli with 36 points scored. That's the way top 5 look in the men's classification for the National Series. And if you're wondering about the most recent round of racing, well, Sam Watson, Matt Bostock, Robert Scott, Jim Brown, Ollie Rees and Jacob Scott got caught up amongst some back markers who were still racing towards the finish line as the sprint unfolded in Ilkley, so it made for a rather untidy end to the race. There was some discussion about the result, but Sam Watson was the first rider across the line and so was justifiably awarded the win. Matt Bostock was second. Matt Bostock, a former national champion, and Robert Scott, WIV Sungod. Matt Bostock, of course, the current national champion, I should say, taking that title in Kakubri just a couple of weeks ago. Robert Scott third and Jim Brown fourth, with Oliver Rees fifth. That was the way the racing played out in Ilkley, the most recent round of the men's Grand Prix series. So preparing for the start of the men's race. Well, it looks like there may have been a last-minute change to the start list. When I got the start list through earlier in the day, it looked as though Matt Bostock, the national champion, was going to be a non-starter, but our computer's showing him as listed. Not sure whether that's up to date or not. We'll find out shortly, but if you see a man in the national champion jersey of similar design to the one worn by Josie Nelson in the women's race, that's because Matt Bostock is riding as the current national champion, but the most recent printed list I saw had Bostock as a potential non-starter. So we'll wait and see what happens when the riders come to the line. We are just in a holding pattern at the moment, waiting for the riders to come forward, ready for the start of round 3 of the British Cycling National Circuit Series for the men. As I mentioned earlier in our coverage, as the riders come round towards the line here, the men have got one more round of racing than the women. At Cone in Lancashire in a couple of weeks' time. In fact, I think it's a week next Tuesday, if my memory serves me correctly. So the riders again will be gridded on the start line with the current leaders of the series, or at least those who are riding the race. And indeed, if Matt Bostock is riding as the national champion, he'll be first to come to the line. Looking to see if I can find a more up-to-date start list to better inform you what is happening. So the crowd certainly enjoying the racing so far and are looking forward, no doubt, to what's undoubtedly going to be a hotly contested men's race. Just got my hands on a more up-to-date start list, which definitely shows that Matt Bostock is a non-starter, so there won't be a national champion jersey in the race for the men. So the rider's just on a sighting lap of the course behind the lead motorbike. I can see the urgency in getting this race underway, as it's definitely getting a little bit darker. We lose 2 minutes a day, and now we're heading towards the dark nights once again, unfortunately. So important, of course, that the race is run off in the best possible conditions. So the women's podium has been delayed until the men's race is underway. So when the riders do come back to the line, I imagine the gridding will take place. Just looking down at the start list, Jacob Scott, winner of the Stockton Grand Prix road race a couple of weeks ago, fine style, will be the first rider to come forward. He's the best placed of those taking the start. No Sam Watson, I don't think. Just looking down my start list just to make sure we have no Sam Watson. So Jacob Scott just removing his windproof top over there on the far left of the road, far right of your picture. The riders in the green and gold are team inspired. The Great Britain Cycling Development Squad, pretty much. And Bob Donaldson and Jack Rootkin Gray, both ridden strongly in recent rounds of the series. But here comes Jacob Scott, man who really is an absolute demon rider on both circuit races and road races as well. Powered to a great win on the roads of Stockton just a couple of weeks ago. And no doubt this will just be a honing of form ready for another tilt at the Lancaster Grand Prix this weekend. Also coming forward is his teammate Jim Brown. Jim Brown, one of the riders who was caught up in that controversy at the end of the round in Ilkley. We hope we have no repeat of that here this evening. Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli rider comes forward. This is Callum Thornley. And he'll be followed to line by another familiar face, Robert Scott, who is no relation to Jacob Scott, I should point out. Yeah, Robert lies 7th in the series. Matt Bostock is not with us this evening. He's 8th, but of course he would have been 1st as the national champion as well. And who else we got? Oh, we've got some Perrin rider coming forward as well. That will be Tom Mazzoni, who recently celebrated his birthday. Manxman Tom Mazzoni. So belated birthday wishes to Tom. And no doubt he's looking forward to not just the next round of the Road Series, but the following round of the Road Series, which takes place on his home roads in the Isle of Man, the Manx International. The biannual occurrence of racing, cycle racing on the Isle of Man. And looking forward to a great 3 days of racing, 4 stages of action on the island from the 22nd to the 24th of July. But that's the Road Series. This is the Circuit Series. There's one or two familiar faces as well from the team of Ribble Weltite, team who pressed WIV Sungard so hard for overall victory in the Tour Series this year. Harry Tanfield and Finn Crockett, just the 2 riders lining up for Ribble Weltite. Harry Tanfield is the rider you can see just on the far right of your picture. Another rider who's strong in pretty much any cycling discipline, but he loves the crit racing as well. So the riders just readying themselves for the start. So the crowd, fevered anticipation to see what the outcome of this race is going to be. Can WIV Sungard continue their domination of racing? Overall winners of the Tour Series. And of course, great opening victory for Jacob Scott in Otley in round 1. So the final countdown is given. The race is off and running for 50 minutes of action. This is the final race of the night, sponsored by Barnsley College. And we're expecting a pretty rapid start to proceedings here. And I don't think we're going to be disappointed either. Riders conscious of the technical nature of the circuit. 55 riders taking the start, so a relatively small field actually, from a potential start list that numbered more than 70. Quite a few withdrawals for a variety of reasons. Potentially the proximity to the Road Series race on Sunday. Particularly if riders have cast an eye at the weather forecast and realise what a warm, hot day it's going to be on Sunday on the roads of Lancaster. So you have to go into that with the maximum energy reserves. So racing a crit race at top speed just a day before, or 2 days before. And some camps may not be the best training, but other riders relish the opportunity to race whenever they can. And Jacob Scott is certainly one of those, whether it be a road race or a crit race. He is always up there making the action at the front of proceedings. As I alluded to a few moments ago, we don't want to see a repeat of the unfortunate finale of the Ilkley race, where Jacob Scott and Robert Scott and Jim Brown were caught up in a lagging group of riders who hadn't been stopped by the race officials. And the inevitable happened. The riders sprinting far quicker for this finish caught the back of that group on the line. Going for a very untidy finish. Let's hope we don't have a repeat of that here this evening. I'm sure lessons have been learnt. So our picture-in-picture showing you the action. Not quite sure why we're seeing pictures of our hyperactive podium announcer, but perhaps we're leading into the victory ceremony for the women shortly as well. Certainly would favour seeing the race action until we get to that victory ceremony. There we go, that's better. So heading for completion of the opening lap at race pace. WIV Sungard, as you would expect, almost predictable these days that WIV Sungard will put all the riders on the front and say to everybody else, come on, you have got to take the race if you want it, because we are going to dominate this one from the word go. Toby Barnes, Jim Brown, Robert Scott, Jacob Scott, Ewan McLeod are the riders lining up for WIV Sungard. Even in the absence of three of their strong riders, Matt Bostock, Gruff Lewis and Josh Whitehead, who of course was the winner of last year's Lancaster Grand Prix, was signed up by WIV Sungard this year, but Whitehead not taking the start. I suspect he may be saving his energies for Lancaster on Sunday as well. So we're heading towards completion of the opening lap. Through the line we go. Let's give you an idea of the order across the line that time. Jacob Scott inevitably on the front. 1:34 his lap time, not as fast as Robert Scott. 1:33.593 fastest opening lap recorded by Robert Scott. Toby Barnes, the other WIV Sungard rider in that triumvirate of riders at the head of the race. Callum Thorne in 4th place for Wheelbase Castelli, and Finn Crockett 5th place for Ribble Welltight. We are keeping our eye on the podium, so we can bring you the women's podium as soon as it happens. But at the moment, all the action is on the road, as WIV Sungard are looking to make a very early impression on this race. Jim Brown in 6th place through the line that time. Tom Mazzoni for St Piran. His younger brother Leon, also a strong rider as well. Leon's had a good season. Tom coming back after his birthday celebrations last week. One of the Ribble Welltight riders, one of only 2 Ribble Welltight riders in this race, getting himself embedded in what is becoming a leading group here. I'll be surprised if that's not Harry Tanfield. Another rider who relishes the short circuit racing. Look at that, all 4 WIV Sungard jerseys, all but one rider from WIV at the front of the race. That's where they like to be. Wheelbase Camtech Castelli up amongst the leaders as well. Of course, they've got Callum Thornley well placed in the overall series standings. Around that turn they come. Look at the damage that's already being done further down the field. This very fast start. That, well, I mentioned that it would be likely the tactic will be adopted by WIV Sungard. That's exactly what they've done. They've put all the riders at the front and they've absolutely fired off the front of this race as quickly as they can, trying to get rid of as many riders who are not capable of sustaining that pace as they can in the opening laps. They're onto the cobble sector here. They'll swing around past the interchange once more, and will shortly, at the end of this section, begin the climb back up towards the finish line. Well, this is actually Finn Crockett, I think, not Harry Tanfield, who is in this group. The very distinctive orange helmet, orange sleeve on the jersey of Ribble Welltight Pro Cycling. So here we go. Still 3 WIV Sungard, then Ribble Welltight. Team Inspired are getting up amongst the action as well. And the Inspired rider is Harry Birchall. So in that 7-rider leading group, Harry Tanfield towards the front of the chase group behind for Ribble Welltight, but it's his teammate in that leading group. Finn Crockett. So WIV Sun God as they come around. Still with the head of the race very much under control. Little split at the front. There's Jacob and Robert Scott. Look like from this distance. Or maybe it's Toby Barnes, in fact, of WIV Sun God towards the front as well. Difficult to tell from our slightly blurred pictures they came off that very fast section of the course. Oh, and here we've got our podium presentation for the women. And there's Jo Tinley receiving her prize for 3rd place. Second place for Lacol Wahoo and Maria Apollonia Vantengalufa. Dutch rider, let her down now, receiving her flowers and champagne. But a great win for the junior rider from JRC Interflon Racing Team. It was victory for Emma Jeffers. So she's going to receive the flowers, the champagne and the trophy. Winner of the Schwalbe Tyres sponsored Women's Barnsley Grand Prix here, Emma Jeffers. Here she comes. Remember, she is still a junior rider, but she showed everybody else a clean pair of wheels. That final sprint for the line, the fastest lap was her final lap when it all counted. And that is your 1, 2, 3 in the Schwalbe Tyres Barnsley Grand Prix. The win for Emma Jeffers from JRC Interflon, 2nd place for Maria Vantengalufa of Team of Lacol Wahoo, and 3rd for Jo Tinley from Pro Noctis Rotor Red Chili Bikes, presented by Heidi Kiesen. So they're going to uncork the champagne. And meanwhile, we try and keep an eye on what's happening in the race on the road as well. I suspect it's still WIV Sun God, as the champagne is liberally distributed all over the podium and all over Maria, Emma and Jo as well. So great podium for the Women's Grand Prix. And we will look now back at the action in the men's race to see who is going to be on the podium at the end of this race in 50 minutes time. Well, less than that now. They've been racing for 9 minutes and 25 seconds. There we go, back to the action. So Jacob Scott from Robert Scott from Finn Crockett was the order across the line most recently. Coming through once again. So they've ticked off another lap while we're over at the victory ceremony. So 6 laps of racing completed. Jacob Scott still holds the lead position through the line that time from Robert Scott from Finn Crockett, Toby Barnes in 4th, Jim Brown in 5th. Well, as I suspected, Emma Jeffers accumulated enough points to take over the series lead from Aluna King. So she is the new leader with just 1 round of the Women's Series to go in Newark at the end of July. So she has a 2nd bottle of champagne to have a go at. Meanwhile, back on the road, this is where the real action is taking place. And Jacob Scott looking up at the buildings, doing a bit of sightseeing as he goes round, and Finn Crockett's moved up into 2nd spot here. Ribble well tight, down in number this evening with just 2 riders taking the start, but Finn Crockett is having a great year. And of course Harry Tanfield not in this leading group, but he's certainly another rider who's more than capable of taking great wins in circuit series races such as this one. A little bit of daylight now at the head of the race. The chase is on from Ribble well tight. The rider who has escaped is inevitably a WIV Sun God. Finn Crockett here. Was third in the Lincoln Grand Prix, winner of the Cycle Classic as well, one of the toughest races on the calendar. So he's had a great year so far, and now finds himself second place at this stage of the Barnsley College sponsored Barnsley Grand Prix. This is the final race of the night you're watching at the moment. We're 12 and a half minutes almost into the action. Toby Barnes, Jacob Scott, Finn Crockett leading three riders with 7 laps completed. Barnes, a little look over his shoulder. Redoubles his effort to maintain this advantage for WIV Sungod. It's the way this team races to try and dominate every single race they take part in. Many times we've seen the podium made up entirely of WIV Sungod riders. They are undoubtedly the strongest home-based team in the United Kingdom. And look at that, Jacob Scott. Never ever underestimate the power of Jacob Scott. Toby Barnes, who was leading that group, was the winner of the Rydale Grand Prix last year. My apologies, he was second in fact in the Rydale Grand Prix. Get the right piece of paper. Alex Peters, of course, taking the win, but it was a great ride by Toby Barnes. The Rydale Grand Prix is the penultimate round of the men's and women's road series this year, taking place in August. Inevitably in Yorkshire, the beautiful surrounds of Ampleforth Abbey. And that's a race that is promoted by Bob Howden, the president of British Cycling, as part of sponsorship from Grasscrete as well. It's the Grasscrete Rydale Grand Prix coming up in August. If you fancy a trip across to another beautiful part of Yorkshire, it's the 21st of August is the date for your diary for Sunday. That is the Rydale Grand Prix. And the final round of the road series, that's on the 18th of September up in Newcastle at the Beaumont Trophy. So looking back at the action here, as we're well into this men's race now. Clock ticks round to 14 minutes of racing completed, and already some back markers beginning to feel the pressure that's being applied by WIV Sungod. Well, Jacob Scott is in absolute imperious form. As I mentioned, he took the first Circuit Series win in Otley in fine style just about a month or so ago. But just to prove he's equally strong on the road as he is on the Circuit Series, he took a great win in the Stockton Grand Prix as well. And Jacob Scott, as I mentioned, is probably thinking about this as a potentially a good opportunity to hone his form ahead of the Lancaster Grand Prix, a race in which he finished runner-up last year and took the King of the Mountains title. He is certainly listed on the preliminary start list I have seen. And it would be a remarkable performance indeed for Jacob Scott if he could make the podium once again at the Lancaster Grand Prix. Well, it is WIV Sungod from Ribblewell type from WIV Sungod. 3 leading riders now, Scott, Crockett and Barnes. But once again, the gap is closed behind, as Robert Scott and Jim Brown also flying the flag for WIV Sungod. Traffic lights getting ever brighter here in the centre of Barnsley. Look at that, out of the saddle for WIV Sungod, making sure it doesn't lose contact with that leading group. The battle behind as Whale-based Cabtech Castelli rider goes through, ahead of that next little chase group on the road. But you've got to think already that the race for victory is already up the road in this group. WIV Sungod wasted no time at all at the start of this race in establishing a leading group and making sure that pretty much all of their riders were in it. And that's exactly what they've done. Going to the left and right turns now Look at all those blue jerseys with the black band around the middle. Finn Crockett, though, is well placed for Ribble Weltite and well capable of stealing a march over the WIV Sungod riders, despite the weight of numbers in their favour. So Finn Crockett finds himself once again in a WIV Sungod sandwich with a lot of extra layers on it as well. Crockett showed his versatility with that great victory in the Cycle Classic race this year, beating a very strong international field of riders. Backed it up with that great third place finish in the Lincoln Grand Prix with those ascents of the Michaelgate climb each lap. And now he is powering around the streets of Barnsley as the sun gets lower in the sky, casting a nice golden light in the background as we look at the riders come up the finishing straight here, past the town hall once again. So Robert Scott had come to the front this time. Finn Crockett was still second, Jacob Scott third, Toby Barnes fourth, and just to add another rider to the list, Jim Brown bridged across to take fifth place with WIV Sungod. So that is 4 WIV Sungods versus 1 Ribble Weltite in that leading group. Next best place rider on the road. You saw him chasing through the line a lap ago, Callum Thornley. We drew attention to his wheelbase Camtech Castelli jersey. Well, he's currently in 6th place, but he is 13 seconds behind the lead group. And next on the road, Harry Birchall, best place rider for Team Inspired, 27 seconds off the lead. Well, you would hate to say that this is turning into a bit of a formality here for WIV Sungod, and of course they've still got the presence of Finn Crockett to worry about. But certainly if it were weight of numbers that were important, then WIV Sungod absolutely have got all the men they need at the front of this race. They of course took a great win from Matt Bostock, taking the national title in Kirkcudbright a couple or 3 weeks ago, as the face of Robert Scott once again on the front of this group. So it's the old 1-2 from WIV, trying the best they can to dislodge Finn Crockett here. Searing attack here from the WIV boys. Little look behind to see what, if any, damage has been done. And with 4 riders in that leading group of 5, WIV Sungod can afford to play with this a little bit. Launch an attack. Someone else chases back. Another one has a go. And all the time, Finn Crockett is isolated on his own for Ribble Weltite. They've only got 2 riders in the race. Harry Tanfield has not made the lead group. So it's all down to Finn Crockett to try and come up with a plan to better WIV Sungod. Rattling down the cobble section once more. And out onto the smoother stuff by the interchange. Well, where is the orange helmet of Finn Crockett? We are looking for the leading group coming round. See where Crockett is, but there he is leading the chase. One or 2 riders further down the field here, getting mixed up with our leading group, who are rapidly lapping quite a substantial portion of the race. There is Harry Tanfield going through your picture, somewhat further down the line. Team PB Performance jersey there as well. But the man who is riding away for WIV Sungod is Jim Brown. Well, Jim is the rider who came off worst of that unfortunate conclusion to the Ilkley race. He ended up unceremoniously dumped on his posterior on the finish line. So he's looking to make amends for that. But perhaps thinking that with still the bulk of this race yet to go, that it's perhaps a bit early to try and solo away. So maybe he'll await the arrival of the rest of that leading group. Gap was 24 seconds ahead of the next best place rider, Callum Thornley, when they went through the line a few moments ago. Round the corner we go. It looks like Jacob Scott again has come to the front. Well, such is the strength in depth of WIV Sungod. Once one rider has done a turn on the front, put everyone else into the pain zone, they can sit up and someone else will have a go. And all the time, Finn Crockett is the man who has to do the chasing. If he wants to stand any chance of sneaking a win over WIV Sungod here in Barnsley this evening, Finn Crockett, best placed in that collection of WIV Sungod riders for Ribble Weltite to try and spoil their party. Back group go through the line as our leader comes through. So big groups of riders rapidly being lapped here. Jacob Scott, off the back of that great win at the Stockton Grand Prix when he powered to victory around the Riverside Circuit in Stockton-on-Tees. He's showing he's just as good in the shorter, sharper, faster discipline of criterium racing. Something we knew already, of course. Jacob Scott, one of the most talented and versatile riders in the British peloton. Real strong man. So it's definitely a race for the minor placings amongst those riders who've lost ground to the leaders. Scott continues his charge. Now he's beginning to pull away. The gap last time was 7 seconds over Finn Crockett, who was leading the chase group. There they go around the corner. I think they have a lapped rider amongst them as well, just clinging onto the back of that chasing group. Speaking of lap riders, here comes Jacob Scott to overhaul this next group just ahead of him. Well, it's like a Formula 1 motor car, isn't it, with Jacob Scott at the controls. Just picks his moment and blitzes his way past the next group. There you go, it's through them all, and once again back to the head of the race. And the damage has been done. The clock is running on the chase group behind Finn Crockett. Is he still leading? Look out for that orange helmet from Ribble Weltite. Here he comes. This gap has grown considerably. Jacob Scott is absolutely on a flyer here in Barnsley this evening. Crockett looks over his shoulder, and it's the old 1-2 from WIV. As it looks like Jim Brown once again goes on the attack. So the gap now in favour of Jacob Scott is 20.3 seconds for our lone leader from WIV Sungod. Is he going to persist with this one? Well, I think he's committed now. He has a group of lapped riders between him and the chasers. That makes the chase harder for the Finn Crockett group, because not only are they going to try and close down Jacob Scott, who's flying around this course, they've got to work their way through those back markers as well. And it's much easier with one rider who saw Jacob Scott do it than if you're a group of 5 riders trying to push your way past through some back markers. So all of this playing to the advantage of Jacob Scott and WIV Sungod at the moment. Halfway point in this race, 25 minutes gone, 25 minutes to go. And already Jacob Scott, the powerhouse from WIV Sungod, is looking very, very threatening indeed for the race win. St Piran rider picked off by Scott here. Almost if he was standing still. Well, these riders will look up and think it's an express train going by. But it is just Jacob Scott from WIV Sungod doing what he does best. Digging himself in. Riding as fast as he can. Boundless reserves of energy. Being chased hard. This is Robert Scott who's come up now. Into second place. 19 seconds behind his teammate. That leaves Barnes and Brown, the remaining WIV Sungods, with Finn Crockett. Back to the head of the race. Jacob Scott the leader. Then a number of lap riders. Scott bounces onto the cobbles once more. Not particularly severe, this sector of cobbles. More stone sets than cobbles, really. But change of surface keeps your attention as you come off that very fast corner into that 90-degree right by the interchange. But speed and consummate bike handling skills, all part of the tool chest that Jacob Scott brings to a bike race. And even by Jacob Scott's own remarkably high standards, this year has been a great one for him so far. And already looking as though he is going to dominate this evening's race here in Barnsley. Latest time gap we shall have. Scott through the line again. Robert Scott is behind him. He was last time through. Well, Jacob Scott has absolutely gone on a flyer now. 17 laps of racing completed by the leader. Robert Scott goes to the line, 24 seconds now behind Jacob Scott. Jim Brown through in third from Finn Crockett from Toby Barnes. That was positioned through the line that time. Jacob Scott 24 seconds clear of Robert Scott second, Jim Brown third. Finn Crockett now fourth place from Toby Barnes, and Callum Thornley 25 seconds down. Again, so over a minute now to the chase from Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli rider Callum Thornley. Here is Jacob Scott through the line once more. Crowd urge him on as if he needs it. He's absolutely flying around this circuit. Well, what can the other teams do in response to the power of Jacob Scott? The winner in Otley took a little bit more of a backseat, but he was still in the leading group in Ilkley. And then, of course, he followed that up with a great win in Stockton just a couple of days later in the road. And now here he is, looking pretty much favourite for victory here this evening. Still plenty of racing to go, 29 minutes tick around, so 20 minutes of racing to go. But Jacob Scott, once he gets the bit between his teeth like this, particularly as he's got teammates behind who won't be chasing him. It's only Finn Crockett, really, who has got the opportunity to try and close down on Scott, but his deficit last time through was 40 seconds. And the best placed rider behind Jacob Scott is his teammate Robert Scott. He was 27 seconds behind last time through the line. Here comes Jacob Scott, once again on the ascent towards the finish line. Clock on the wall, if you just caught a glimpse of it there, is not entirely accurate. It's currently 7 minutes past 9 here on this Friday evening. You're watching a virtuoso performance from the WIV Sungod rider Jacob Scott, who has absolutely powered off the front of the race here. Through the line he goes, completing his 19th lap. And now the clock ticks to see how quickly the next rider through can get there. It was Robert Scott last time. See Wales Racing Academy riders, Team Inspired riders, all the other teams in this group here, been left behind by the leader and the chasers as well. Commissaire just instructing next group to move over as they shortly will see the arrival of the chasing riders behind. So Jacob Scott has still got that barrier of that big lapped group between him and the chasers. Here they are with Finn Crockett still leading the chase. So Robert Scott was amongst those lap riders making his way through. So Finn Crockett was third across the line there, along with Toby Barnes and Jim Brown. So 29 seconds, almost 30 seconds the advantage for Jacob Scott over Robert Scott. And then over Finn Crockett, well, that's in the order of 49 seconds. Well, Ribble Weltite started out with a weaker squad than WIV Sungod this evening, with just Harry Tanfield and Finn Crockett. So they've done well to get Crockett where he is in that chasing group. But of course, the one thing you don't need when you've got a rider with the power of Jacob Scott in the lineup is to have a weakened squad, and that's been the undoing of Ribble Weltite so far. Just not got riders to chase down the WIV Sun Gods, and these riders really are letting rip here, and no more so than the man on your screen here. Race number 6 on his back, Jacob Scott, winner at Otley, and now, unless something really remarkable happens, I'm going to say with a good deal of confidence he will be the winner at Barnsley as well. So consummate ease into that corner for Jacob Scott. Of course, he's got no one in his way here. He's already made his way through the back markers. Robert Scott has as well now. So he's still second rider on the road. Not seeing very much of him, but we're looking at that chase for third place being led by Finn Crockett. But in fact, Jim Brown has come to the front of that chasing group. Well, it's all down to Finn Crockett to try and chase down Jacob Scott, because neither Jim Brown nor Toby Barnes are going to, with both Robert and Jacob Scott up the road for WIV Sungod. But I'm sure at the back of the mind, or maybe at the forefront of the mind actually, for WIV Sungod will be the hope to get yet again a dominating podium of all 3 riders in the first 3 places from the team of WIV Sungod. They started the Tour Series, a series which they won rather convincingly eventually, in the same way by dominating the first round in Gisborough at the beginning of the Tour Series. Well, he does drink occasionally, making sure he keeps well hydrated. Temperature drops another degree, 17 degrees now as the sun disappears behind the buildings. Still a pleasantly warm evening here in Barnsley. And, well, the road under those wheels of Jacob Scott, that's not just warm, that is red hot, because he's absolutely firing his way around this circuit. Picking off back markers, lap by lap. I'm a bit all surprised to see Jacob Scott being the only rider left on the lead lap at the end of this race. Here comes the chase group for third place. Remember, we've still got Robert Scott somewhere between these 3 and Jacob Scott. Toby Barnes leads his teammate Jim Brown through. Finn Crockett decides he's going to sit at the back of that group this time. Further down the line, there's Harry Tanfield, Crockett's teammate, but Tanfield was unable to get into that move with Crockett when the WIVs put on the pressure. That perhaps would have been a slightly different story had Harry Tanfield been up there as well. But this WIV Sungod dominated action here. And this Jacob Scott domination of the WIV Sungod team at the moment is absolutely copybook. This is the way to ride a criterium race. And what can the other teams do to respond to the power of this man? Through the pits area. Looks like one of our commissaires giving Jacob Scott an indication of his time gap there. Well, there's Robert Scott at the front of that little group. He's second rider on the road still. Only he and Jacob Scott have completed 22 laps so far. Rest of the race still on 21. But it looks like that chase group behind, the Finn Crockett group, are going to be caught by the main field being driven by Team Inspired here. St Piran have a bit of a go. There's Tekker's jersey in there as well, and also Wales Racing Academy. So this race by no means over yet in terms of the battle for second place, or at least third place, because that group of Jim Brown, Toby Barnes and Finn Crockett looks like they're going to be consumed by the main field. Oblivious to that, though, is Jacob Scott. Once again, Scott goes through some back markers. Just glances down at his machine, just shifts his grip on the handlebars, just applying the brakes into the corner. No need to pedal around there, just using the speed to carry you through. Hugging the inside of the bend, using the full width of the road. This is what bike handling skills are all about. But raw power as well, and phenomenal speed. Jacob Scott, unsurprisingly, has posted the fastest lap in 1:31.781. Even our motorbike's struggling to keep up. And it looks as though the chasers have been consumed by the front part of the peloton. So the chasers have been reabsorbed by the main field. So that just leaves Jacob Scott and Robert Scott out at the front. But that chasing peloton are a minute behind Robert Scott and Jacob Scott. Well, in fact, a minute behind Jacob Scott. They're about 30 seconds behind Robert Scott, who's midway between the leader and the chasers. A little look over his shoulder here by Robert Scott. Jacob Scott, I should say. Getting our Scots mixed up now. 7 laps to go. So the lap board is being shown now. Well, not much further to go now for Jacob Scott. He'll be licking his lips in anticipation of another great win to back up the first round he took in Otley. And what a weekend in prospect for Jacob Scott. Second in the Lancaster Grand Prix last year. And with the form he showed at Stockton a couple of weeks ago, as Robert Scott leads this next group behind, who I think are lap riders. Yes, Robert Scott's just saying to the race officials there, what about this lot behind me? They're just sitting on my wheel. They are lap riders. Well, as long as they don't go through and assist him to make the junction. But Robert Scott will be keen to know how far behind this chase group are. But don't forget, the WIVs who have been reabsorbed by that group are still on the front of it. So almost at will, they can once again turn up the power if needed. But they'll be looking to try and disadvantage anybody else not to try and chase down the man on the front here, Jacob Scott. Scott rounds the corner again. So here's the chase group. Finn Crockett's come back to the front of it. So even though they were caught by the main field, the advantage for Crockett, he's now got Harry Tanfield in pretty much the same group on the road. So if they want to try and mount an attack to limit the gains of WIV Sungod, they've got both members of their team in the same group. Tanfield not quite showing the pace that Crockett has done so far this evening. And no one showing the pace that Jacob Scott has, as the man at the head of the race once again lines himself up for the completion of another lap. There are 25 laps gone so far. Robert Scott goes through 40 seconds behind. And we wait to see the gap to the main field headed last time through by Finn Crockett. Here they are. Well, it looks like he's dropped further back. In fact, it's WIV Sungard who are driving the pace in the main field. They want to dominate this podium. I told you, they want all 3 riders on the British Cycling podium truck at the end of this race with 6 laps to go. Jim Brown is the next rider on the road now for WIV Sungod. Jacob Bush riding well for the Fensham House squad. Then it's Toby Barnes of WIV Sungard, Callum Thornley of Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli, and Joseph Beckinsale of Wales Racing Academy in 7th. Cooper Sayers, rider imported from Australia by St Piran just a couple of weeks ago, 72 hours before his first race with them, in fact. And Finn Crockett down to 9th, Harry Birchall in 10th for Team Inspired. That was the order through the line, with 26 laps of racing completed by the leader, who is the man on your screen, Jacob Scott. 5 laps to go for Scott. The time gap last time for his teammate Robert Scott was 40 seconds behind Jacob. They are unrelated, despite the same surname. But they're certainly brothers in arms here, because we're seeing a very similar performance from WIV Sungard that we saw in Ilkley, albeit they didn't take the win on that occasion. Sam Watson managed to get there for Groupama FDJ. But as the bunch chase along behind, Robert Scott is pedalling for all he's worth down the cobble sector, leans into the right-hander out past the interchange. Here is the chase group with Wheelbase rider well placed amongst it to lead the chase. Callum Thornley up into 4th place. Time gap 39 seconds. So Robert Scott only gained a second on Jacob Scott in 1 lap, and the chase group are a minute behind, exactly 1 minute for Jim Brown, who's 3rd on the road, then Callum Thornley 4th, Toby Barnes 5th. So strength in depth being shown once again by WIV Sungard. 4 laps to go for our race leader, Jacob Scott. Accelerates out of the 6th stream of the next rider ahead of him. 4 laps to go. Well, unless something really remarkable happens, Jacob Scott has got 4 celebration laps, 4 victory laps ahead of him here. He's absolutely dominated this race since he went on the attack. That's softening up of the race by WIV Sungard. They went from the gun, as is the tactic they employ very, very frequently. Push all the riders to the front. Drop as many from behind as you can. Don't forget this chase here from Robert Scott in 2nd place. Goes through the line. 40 seconds, so he's lost that second he gained last lap. This is a group of lapped riders, and we've got our chasing group coming into view here with the WIV Sungard riders at the front of that one as well. There's Finn Crockett and Callum Thornley there. And Toby Barnes. Just trying to see how fast our motorbike's going, but it's going fast enough for Jacob Scott to continue to hold on to his advantage. Chase group have gained 3 seconds that time. 57 seconds now in arrears for the chase group, headed by Toby Barnes of WIV Sungard. Then it's Finn Crockett and Callum Thornley, the order in that one. Robert Scott round that corner. Bit of athletic road crossing goes on just before the next group come round. Wales Racing Academy have the lead there. Jacob Scott, though, absolutely the face of concentration, determination to add yet another victory to an incredible list of race wins that have peppered this man's career. Three laps remaining for our race leader. Race winner elect, Jacob Scott of WIV Sungard. Knows every single twist and turn, every inch of tarmac and cobble and concrete around this Barnsley circuit now. Robert Scott, his teammate and namesake, determined to hang on to 2nd place. Had about a 20-second advantage over the chase group last time for Robert Scott. Here are the aforementioned chasers. Well, WIV Sungard sitting on the front of this one. So they can dull the power of these chasers if they so wish to make sure that Jacob and Robert Scott remain clear and the chasers don't gain any ground on them. Gaps that time, 38 seconds for Robert Scott, 55 seconds for the chase group, with Cooper Sayers, the Australian rider, for St Piran on the front of it that time. Cooper Sayers, rider who ridden very well in his home nation of Australia, spotted by St Piran squad, Steve Lampier and Ricky Pascoe, brought across to ride out the rest of the season with the St Piran squad, based down there in Cornwall, of course. There go the next group, chasing as we watch our lone leader, Jacob Scott, with just 2 laps to go now. Well, this has been an absolutely virtuoso performance once again from Jacob Scott. Powering around this Barnsley circuit, absolutely dominating the race. As soon as he got that gap, he was going to be pretty much uncatchable, and so it has proven to be. Still waiting for the sight of Robert Scott to come through the line in second place. His gap was in the order of 33 seconds last time. Here comes Robert Scott, second man on the road. Through he goes, 35 seconds. So Jacob Scott has put another 2 seconds into Robert Scott. Is this a sign of Jacob Scott tiring, or is he just able to relax a bit now, knowing he's got a comfortable buffer? He knows he'll get the bell in just 1 lap to go next time. The battle, meanwhile, continues for 3rd place in this Barnsley Grand Prix. Sponsored by the Barnsley College, and what a great race it's been. And Jacob Scott is counting the remaining kilometres now. There aren't many left. He's heading towards the bell lap, the last lap of the circuit. Robert Scott still chasing, looking to hold on to that second place by the biggest margin he can handle. Mainfield are gradually making progress, but they're being moderated in that chase by Toby Barnes and Jim Brown of WIV Sungod. Toby Barnes is on the front there as they go around that corner. Here comes Jacob Scott, 1 lap to go. Well, this really will be a victory lap for Jacob Scott. Looks behind him. He's probably just pondering how close Robert Scott can get in this closing lap. He's already beginning to jettison the track mitts here and get himself ready for the celebration. It has been an absolutely imperious ride from Jacob Scott to back up his win at Otley, to back up his win at Stockton. What a rider, what a race, and what a great victory is in store for Jacob Scott of WIV Sungard. Down the hill for the final time, into the left-hander, into the right-hander, onto the cobbles for the last time as well. Meanwhile, the chase behind continues. Lots of looking around in this group. Lots of riders could well vie for 3rd place here. I'm sure WIV Sungard, in particular Toby Barnes or Jim Brown, would love to take it. But let's take nothing away from this man. He is on his way to victory. Jacob Scott for WIV Sungard is going to be the winner of the Barnsley Grand Prix here this evening. Breaks into a smile at last. Doesn't give a lot away, Jacob Scott, when he's racing. Got a wry sense of humour, though, off the bike. And, well, he'll have a smile as wide as the main street here in Barnsley in a moment, because he's just got 1 or 2 more corners to go before the final passage of the finish line. Here he comes, the winner of the Barnsley Grand Prix for 2022, round 3 of the British Cycling Circuit Series. Just the way he won round 1, Jacob Scott is your race winner tonight. Celebrating as well he might. Look out now for the arrival of the rider in second place, Robert Scott of WIV Sungard. It'll be a 1-2, but it'll be a 1-2-3. We'll find out shortly. Here comes Robert Scott. He too can afford a little bit of relaxation. He's looking over his shoulder, just making sure that Mainfield aren't speeding up to him in that final run to the line. So Robert Scott gets second. Now look out for this bunch sprint in 3rd place. And it's WIV Sungard on the front of this one. They want the 1-2-3, and it looks like they're going to get it. Strong challenge here from Wheelbase, but not enough to get across the rider in 3rd place, who is Jim Brown. So it is 1-2-3 for WIV Sungard. Your race winner, Jacob Scott. Second place, Robert Scott. 3rd place, Jim Brown. Well, they've done it again. Another job done for WIV Sungard. 1-2-3 in the Barnsley Grand Prix. Take nothing away from Finn Crockett. He had his work cut out as the lone representative wheelbase of the team of Ribble Weltite in that chase group for so much of the race. Well, Jacobs found his companion there, who's first to congratulate him. Yeah, Finn Crockett finished in 4th place, just off the podium, and in the final analysis 36 seconds behind Jacob Scott. It was 5th for Callum Thornley from Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli. It was 6th for Cooper Sayers of St Piran. Great result for the Australian. 7th place for Joseph Beckinsale of Wales Racing Academy. 8th for Alec Briggs of Techers CC. 9th for Jacob Bush of Fincham House. And 10th place for Theo Opholzer of St Piran. So that is the result of the Barnsley Grand Prix. And if you don't believe me, there you go. Confirmation in writing on your very own screen for you. What a ride from Jacob Scott. Also the fastest lap as well, just to add to his commanding performance in the race here tonight. 1 minute 31.781 for the fastest lap for Jacob Scott of WIV Sungod. 31 laps of racing. 27 seconds will be the final gap he got over his teammate Robert Scott. Great second place for Robert Scott and 3rd place for WIV Sungod. Jim Brown finishing a little bit further back at 36 seconds behind. Well, it really is beginning to darken now here in Barnsley, but it certainly won't be darkening the mood of the WIV Sungod riders, and we will be bringing you the podium presentation. It will be dominated by those 3, Jacob Scott, Robert Scott and Jim Brown very shortly. But our attention, of course, turns to the National Series standings. It was Sam Watson who went into tonight's race, but of course he didn't take the start, with just a 6-point buffer ahead of Jacob Scott. So I can tell you without fear of waiting for a further confirmation that the rider who will be the leader of the National Series with 2 rounds to go at Cone and at Newark will also be tonight's winner, Jacob Scott. So a clean sweep on the podium for WIV Sungod. 1, 2, 3, and also the overall series victory will also be taken at this stage of the competition with 2 rounds yet to go. And the series leader will be Jacob Scott. Amazing stuff for WIV Sungod. As soon as we have the podium riders ready, we will bring you our podium presentation. Don't forget, the attention will turn this coming Sunday, so just 2 days' time, to the roads of Lancashire, to Lancaster, the capital of Lancashire, and the Lancaster Grand Prix. And don't forget, Jacob Scott was 2nd in that race last year and the winner of the King of the Mountains. And with that great win in the Stockton Grand Prix, as Alec Briggs shows you his wheeling skills. Who's to say that Jacob Scott won't be in the running for a great result in Lancaster on Sunday as well? So keep your eyes peeled on all the result websites for more information about the action as it unfolds. If you can join us in Williamson Park in Lancaster on Sunday, be more than welcome. We'll be keeping you in touch with all the action throughout the day. We'll have a big screen with all the action, and we'll be putting the words to that action for you on Sunday. So do join us for that if you can. Next round of the men's and women's road series, the Lancaster Grand Prix. But tonight it's been all about the Criterium Racing Series. Great win for Emma Jeffers in the women's race, and a great win for Jacob Scott in the men's race to also take the lead at the top of the table as well. Just waiting for Jacob, Robert and Jim to make their way around to the podium. So as we do get ourselves ready for the podium, just an opportune moment to thank the sponsors who have made this evening's racing possible here in Barnsley. Of course, to Barnsley College, who are the sponsors of the race you have just seen, the men's Grand Prix. Schwalbe Tyres UK, who are the sponsor of the women's Grand Prix race. To Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council, who have made it possible for us to have the racing here on the streets of Barnsley once again here this year. And of course, the What's Your Move initiative, worth checking out to make sure you can keep your physical and mental health in tip-top condition. And of course, let's not forget the great work done by the Barnsley Road Club, by Chris Lawrence and the whole team, who've put this race together here this evening. The T Club founded way back in 1924, one of the longest established cycling clubs, and continuing to do what cycling clubs do best, to bring forth the volunteers to support the racing and to make sure that these events can take place. So we will be celebrating everyone's success, but in particular the 3 riders from WIV Sungard on the podium in just a few moments' time. Don't forget the men's series continues at the Cone Grand Prix in just a couple of weeks' time, a week next Tuesday. And then the final round of both the men's and the women's circuit race series takes place at the Newark Cycle Races, Town Centre Races, in fact, given the correct title. And they take place, if memory serves me correctly, and I'll check on my piece of paper to make absolutely sure, on the 29th of July. In the midst of the Commonwealth Games. So, not sure if we'll be able to bring you live stream coverage of that race, but keep your eye on the Velo 29 Facebook page for news if we are able to bring that live stream to you. So Jacob Scott readying himself for the podium. Harry Tanfield, as ever, keen to tell everyone how his race played out as well. If you want to get the story of the race, then Harry Tanfield has always got a good take on it for you. So the interview's taking place just ahead of the podium presentation. Let's see if we can listen into what Jacob Scott's saying. Yep, keep going, see what happens. That's the word from Jim Brown. From Jacob Scott, I should say. Jim Brown, of course, also featuring on the podium as well for WIV Sungard, and so too Robert Scott. But Jacob Scott, well, deserved win. Absolutely dominated the race from the early stages, and another consummate WIV Sungard performance here on the streets of Barnsley. So Jacob ascends the steps onto the podium, and we should shortly be able to bring you our podium presentation.
So great to talk to Jacob there. I gotta say the team are absolutely flying up at the moment.
So that view down the finishing straight, which has given us such great racing here in Barnsley this evening. Well done to our youth riders who got the evening underway. Our support race, which features some really hotly contested racing around this circuit. And of course, great racing in both the men's and women's national circuit series for British cycling as well. So just the men's podium to tidy up things. If you have enjoyed our coverage here on the Velo 29 live stream, it's been our pleasure to bring you the racing once again. Looking forward to more action across the year as well. Looks like we're assembling the rest of our presentation party. At least we know where the riders are. They're all at the WIV Sungard team car. So we shouldn't be too far away from the podium now. The opportunity to celebrate that great 1-2-3 for the team of WIV Sungard. There is the result once again for you. Jacob Scott from Robert Scott from Jim Brown, the 1-2-3 for WIV Sungard, Finn Crockett 4th for Ribble Well-Type Pro Cycling, and Callum Thornley, great 5th place for the wheelbase Cabtech Castelli rider. And a good performance too from Cooper Sayers, the Australian rider on the team of St Piran, finishing 6th. So there is the podium, illuminated now as the night draws on, and it should be illuminated further by the presence of our top 3 riders very shortly. As ever, the presentation will be done in reverse order. So 3rd place for Jim Brown of WIV Sungard. He'll receive the flowers and the champagne. There he is. Really consistent riding all season so far by Jim Brown. Another podium for him. So 2nd place, another great performance also from Robert Scott, who'll take the prize for 2nd place in the Barnsley Grand Prix here this evening. So he finished just about 25 seconds behind his teammate ultimately, but he too was instrumental in the early action that got that breakaway move clear, and he will receive his flowers and champagne as well. And then, of course, the presentation of the final award before we go to the National Series leader, but it might just be the same man. We're going to bring out onto the podium the winner of the Barnsley Town Centre races here this evening for the British Cycling Circuit Race Series to receive the flowers, the champagne and the trophy. The winner of round 3 of the Circuit Race Series for the team of WIV Sungard, it is of course Jacob Scott. A man who's so used to the centre stage on the podium, adds yet another impressive victory to a long list of achievements. They'll step forward for the obligatory photos and then the uncorking of the champagne. Always interesting to see which of them will come out as the winner of the champagne celebration. They're all adept at opening the champagne bottles when required. We've even got a flag as well, a Yorkshire flag. There you go. How appropriate for 3 Yorkshiremen on the podium. Jim Brown, who hails from Holmfirth in Yorkshire. So it really has been the White Rose of Yorkshire dominating the proceedings here today, with Robert Scott 2nd, Jim Brown 3rd, but uncorking the champagne as race winner for WIV Sungard, it is Jacob Scott. So this is the time when the photographer will take a step backwards. About to get a trio of champagne bottles, contents aimed in your general direction. And what a great finale and end to the racing here in Barnsley this evening. That brilliant performance by the WIV Sungard team, and in particular by the race winner Jacob Scott. So we have got one more presentation to make, of course, and that is to the leader of the National Series with 2 rounds of racing remaining. Well, he was in 2nd place going into the racing here this evening, but as the leader did not take the start, scoring a massive 30 points as a round winner, Jacob Scott will be the new leader of the National Series with 2 rounds to go, the Cone Grand Prix and the Newark Town Centre races yet to go. Jacob Scott taking a commanding lead into that next round in Cone. As you heard from his interview a few moments ago, whole different character of the circuit in Cone, much flatter and faster. But he's saving that champagne for later, and quite rightly so. So Jacob Scott departs from the podium as the new leader of the National Series, and we bring to an end here. Oh no, we're going to bring them back out for more photo opportunities, I think. So let's enjoy the moment. Now they're departing. So well done to the whole team of WIV Sungard, to the top 3, to Jacob Scott, to Robert Scott and Jim Brown, and to everyone involved in the promotion of the Barnsley Town Centre races, to Barnsley College, to Barnsley Metropolitan Borough Council, to Schwalbe Tyres, to the Barnsley Road Club, and from all of us here at Velo 29 livestream. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the racing here this evening. Thank you to the whole team who made that possible, our moto cameramen, our static cameras, our producer Richard in the production studio, and from myself, Carl Lawrence. And until the next time, it's time to bid you a very goodbye from Barnsley.